Hi everyone, and welcome back to another episode of Ian.is.weird. I'm going to start tonight by starting to style this wig. I don't have most of the stuff that I need to style it. It is strewn about across the universe. So we're just going to make do with what we have. So if you're like, that's not how it should be done, that's not how other people do it, great. But other people probably have what they need right in front of them. We, on the other hand, can't find a freaking thing. So we're just going to do the best we can. And if you would politely keep those great thoughts to yourself, that would be awesome. But this is the internet, and people can't seem to do that pretty frequently, so that's cool too. Maybe I'm asking too much. Hi, Rudy. Welcome in. You're the first one in tonight. I hope you're doing well. I am styling this wig. So I was working on another wig for my drag debut. However, it's not going to work with the outfit changes that I'm working with. So I'm going to have to start working on another wig that I was kind of in the middle of. Being maybe a generous way to say that I had basically done absolutely nothing with. Going to be trying some techniques that I have not done before, as well as things that I have done before and feel a little bit more comfortable with. Like I said or tried to say before, there are some things that I would like to have in my possession right now that I do not, and that's just how it be. So I'm separating out the first layer. Trying not to tip this wig stand over too much because my styrofoam wig head is like desperate to escape. So that is what it is, right? Please just stay up. Please just do that for me just this one time. Okay, so I'm going to start by combing from the bottom of this wig up, and I'm going to try to... Why did you first start streaming? I don't know. I've been on YouTube for a very long time. Thank you, Rudy. I used to do exclusively just makeup, and I really liked makeup, and makeup tutorials and makeup channels were all that I was watching at the time. This was like 10 plus years ago. Then I took a break from it, and then when I came back, I was really interested in like yarn arts and things like that. So I started crocheting. Can you bark? I probably can, but not really gonna. Not really my thing to do, but you can use your imagination if you want. So I'm using a tangle comb, and so there's two ways to use it. You can use this little separator, or you can not use a separator. So I'm gonna try both ways and see how much I like it. Especially because you're new here, I don't really know you well enough to just like do things that people ask me to do on the internet. It's just not really my thing. But there are plenty of other people who you can command to do things who you don't know on the internet, and they will do it. So there's plenty of spots for people who will do that, but motherfucker. Not for me. This wig head is like, this is not the opportune wig head for this. I'm just gonna, this wig stand might not be what I need it to be right now, but that's okay. Maybe I can just hold it like this, and we're just gonna do that. It's not only me and you, and that is very weird to say. So, no. No, no, thank you. And it's pretty, when people say no, just respect it. It's not bad to ask, but if people say no, just respect it, move on from that. Otherwise, it can come off maybe not the way you intended. Maybe it is the way you intended. Still not gonna work for me. So I'm not gonna do that. So thank you. Oh, sorry, my shit's running like literally right here. My dishwasher is like right next to us. So sorry, I totally blanked on that when I set up. I think it's important that no matter why people stream, what people stream, it's important to respect their boundaries. Everyone has boundaries, they set them up for their own reasons. And no matter what their reasons are, they should be valid and validated. So if you don't really like that, then you're really not going to like my channel. I'm sorry, because I don't pretty much ever do things just because someone asked me to, unless there's reason behind it. So just brushing this from the bottom. Okay, I like it better unattached. This is great for like curlier hair. Now this wig in particular, it's made with a fiber that you can run through a flat iron, but I don't know. I just feel like it loses a lot of its shape, and then you got to go re-put a lot of it back in. So I just kind of do things a more, I guess, traditional route with wigs, because you never know. You never want it to be like, you never want the iron to be too hot or something like that. So yeah. Again, really sorry about the dishwasher. And see if it gets caught up on a tangle. It doesn't continue to just like pull. It'll kind of like let you know that the comb doesn't really want to go through it. So I'm getting it to the higher part, and this is where I'm going to be doing a lot of my teasing. So it doesn't need to be like perfect, but just trying to get it a little bit more under control, so that our teasing can be a little bit more strategic and placed how we want it. Part on the side gets pretty tangly because that's the part I kind of bring over a lot. So with the friction of constantly being moved and things like that, that friction will start to tangle the synthetic hair and even human hair. It'll get tangled more easily. Hair at the base of the neck tends to do that. So if you can't see, because I'm off camera trying to figure out what the fuck to do with this. So I got a wig stand, but the wig head that I have won't fit the like standard part of the wig head. So I'm kind of like, what do I do? Because it's actually upside down. So like this part is supposed to fit in the wig stand, and it's not really doing that. So I can't seem to screw this any tighter or looser, which is cool. It's kind of hard when I'm trying to hold up the wig as well, but let's try again. If I just had like a stick that was this height, that would be great, but I don't. Let's just check it on there again. I think that now the styrofoam's kind of had it. I wonder if I could just like glue this, but it wouldn't set in time. Thank you, Rudy. Okay, so we're gonna kind of gently get out those knots. Sometimes you just have to take like kind of like one bristle at a time and just kind of work those knots out. If you've had long hair before, you know the struggle of the knot, because it's kind of like if you start too far up, you're going to get multiple knots, and then if you keep brushing from the top down, you're going to get more and more knots that just compound into one big knot. And that is obviously not our goal. And then with any hair, human or synthetic, it will start to stretch the hair and can break the hair. With synthetic hair, what it will do is it will just stretch and kind of get really. I mean, all hair will get frizzy. Human hair is likely to snap a little bit before synthetic, but it's still not the goal. And then you got to cut off your ends because your ends look all fried and shitty. So we're gonna just try to avoid that as much as possible by being relatively gentle. It's really easy to want to go through these steps and kind of go through these steps and want to have things be like really immediate, really fast results. But I promise you, you will have better results if you are patient and you show your wig a little TLC. This part right here really just pains me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the back of like a rat tail comb, and I'm just going to take it and kind of piece it apart. And that's one way to get a knot out is, oh God, so annoying. The whole production starts failing, and this falls off. Okay. Need to find something that will work to as a substitute for this. So I need like this exact diameter. But will not fall into. Okay, let's see. Okay, so this might help. I'm just gonna use a crochet hook that I have and see if that helps it a little bit. I mean, it's not great, but it is holding a little bit better. So this is a mess. stand because I don't have any clips. I don't know where any of my clips are. I don't know where anything is. It's so annoying. Chaos is reigning supreme today. And you know what? Sometimes that's just how chaos be. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and start splitting these parts apart again. Now the whole thing wants to fall apart. Okay, let's try that. Nope, didn't work any better. Okay, sometimes you gotta be a little creative. Wider base should provide a little bit more stability. This will provide a little bit more stability as well. The hair stops getting wrapped around it. Chaos. And especially when you try to do stuff on camera, it's always like, no, this isn't gonna work out. You've made a decision that ultimately will just cause you more misery. We saw through it, y'all. Now, I will be watching my my nightly scary movie or Halloween-based movie, but I needed to do some work on this wig because sometimes, depending on what you do with the wig, it's going to need some time to cool down, and your curls are going to need time to set and all that stuff. So I needed to get a little work done on this. But it's not great. Yeah, you know what? I should do my white wig. Let me just do my white wig. Because I think I know what outfit I'm probably going to end up with. I think my white wig's a little less tangled than this. So I got 4 pins in the sucker. Probably should pin it more, but the whole thing's falling apart, so it's not like the wig's falling off the head, it's the head falling off of everything else. So, scalped, and then okie dokie. So let's try this again. Okay. I'm going to turn it towards me so I can get her on again. Sorry about the dishwasher noises. It's one of those things where you kind of become like, audio blind to it, and then you're like, oh, yeah, probably shouldn't have been doing that while I was on the live, but so we're gonna pin this in place. And the ear flap right here. Pin it on the ear flap right here. Now I have had this wig, styrofoam wig head, for 15, 20 years. So she served me well for sure. But I think she needs a little bit of an update. Maybe I'll make sure she gets the full makeover she deserves and needs. But today is not that day. We got bigger fish to fry. Now this is the wig. I can definitely tell that I was splitting down the back so that you could see more hair in the front. And as a result, it's pretty knotted into kind of like two kind of pigtail type situations. I'm just going to take that rat tail comb. I'm just going to try to separate those two sections a little bit more. Now, although we're going to try to go for a curly look, I want to redo the curls and revamp them a little bit. And I also want to create some more like drag-like volume in them because I think that that would look really nice. Also because this wig is white, you will be able to see, you kind of can see the tracks underneath, which are, the wig cap is nude and then my hair is dark and blue, obviously. So getting those to not show through is important. Okay, so now take this side, twist it up. And we're gonna put another paintbrush in here. But that's okay because we're gonna get our little handy dandy headband. And we're just gonna stick it on like that. Like, yep, this is how our wig's gonna be. So I just have a little bit of hair right here, and I'm gonna start detangling it just very gently from the ends. Now this comb does a good job at preserving a lot of the curl. It doesn't flatten things out too much, but it also is really good with tangles. So I've seen these before, and I'd seen like originally there was like a kind of like name brand or something that came out with these. This was their like patented design, and then once people started realizing they could make the same thing, now they're available a little bit more readily and a little bit more inexpensively. So that's pretty nice. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to make sure this is nice and combed through, so when I take my paddle through it, it's not like an utter disaster. Utter disaster. Now this wig, I might actually stuff some like bags and stuff in it so that it has some nice volume that like is hidden by the white, because you don't have to, you can put white bags in it and it won't be seen. In theory, right? In theory. All of this is in theory. This little part is like, nah, I'm not gonna be right here. But yes, you are. Ha, ha, ha. Okay, so I'm gonna take my little garment steamer. I'm not gonna point it at my face or any electronic tools that I have, and let that heat up. I tried to like set my laptop far enough away from this that it wouldn't be affected, but we can only hope. Okay. This is a good note to keep doing drag to get better. To get a wig head that will stand on this wig stand. Okay. Struggling a little bit with the height of this, and because I have this all kind of set up to be, I think this can go up, but I'm a little nervous. A little bit nervous, not being honest. Okay. Ooh, that's nice and straight. Oh yeah, that's the money right there. Oh yeah. Beautiful, beautimous, 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 beautimous. Now, if you're working with a paddle or any kind of comb brush, make sure that it can handle the heat of the steamer, because you obviously don't want to turn on that steamer and have it melt your brush. Now, this is much straighter. Now, it's a little bit damp. Now, like I said, I could just take a curling rod with this particular wig and curl it back up. However, I don't really like to do that. Because it's just not my thing. So I have these foam curlers, which work for some things. I find better than others, but they're what I have, and I'm gonna be resourceful. I'm not gonna pull them down very tight, because it's very easy to start your curl really tight and like squeeze the foam of the foam curler, and then you have a kind of really small ringlet at the bottom. But that's not what we're going for. We're going for maximum volume because we're doing drag queen wig. We're not. This isn't playtime, y'all. Now, most people don't prefer foam rollers for their wigs like this. I use them. They're great for like synthetic hair if you're gonna pop them in like hot water and do like a hot water set. I recently did, when I did my pride hair, I used these to curl my Kanekalon curlers, or Kanekalon curls, where I trying to do two things at once. I've never been great at it. So when I was making my curls for my pride hair, I did use this method where I used, okay, and we're running out of water. So the good thing about this particular steamer is I can take the top off and then apply and add more water. But this will give me a little second to reset and get the next layer of hair out of my wig. So I'm going to take these out because you're not really doing much, if I'm being honest. They're just going to hold it until I can put that headband back in, right? Now, I know hair isn't something that I really focus on this channel pretty much at all because no one really comes to me for hair advice. Even though I color and dye my own hair, I realize that it's also a very personal experience because everyone's hair is different. Everyone has different results and things that they like with their hair. I provide 2 cents when it's asked for, but I don't really tell other people what to do with their own hair. I've had a long journey of trial and error with my own, where I know what works for my hair. I know what my hair can take, but I don't really talk about my journey with synthetic hair, even though I do have a pretty lengthy experience with that as well. And I really enjoy working with synthetic hair and wigs. And I used to do a lot more, and I used to cosplay, and that was a really fun time to learn a bunch of different skills. Because when you're doing cosplay, not only are you learning hair and makeup and building skills when it comes to costumes. You learn so much in that from doing costumes that it's really just it's kind of like a crafter overload. If you love crafting, cosplay is such a great avenue because you get to do kind of all of the crafts, which is really, really fun. I think that a lot of the cosplayers who were in the scene when I was doing it were definitely more about the craft. They were equally as crafty as they were into the characters, but now we see a lot of crafters who just get into cosplay, which is fine. This is the minority, who just making stuff, and that's really cool because you get to see these really talented people making stuff that it kind of has leveled up cosplay to something entirely different, which I love. I love to see that. I think it's really cool because I felt like I was on the riding some wave of some of that evolution. And granted, when I first started cosplaying, I wasn't as into the characters as I was once I kind of stopped. By the end of my cosplay thing, I was really into comic books and video games and stuff like that, and Magic the Gathering and all of that. Whereas when I started, I definitely wasn't doing all of that. So it allowed me to explore this kind of nerdier side of myself, which I really enjoyed. I'm a big old nerd. Big old nerd. Okay. So I'm going to try to see if this will hold. Okay. So now we have another layer revealed. And I steamed the curlers. It's harder once the hair is on the wig to do kind of the traditional or some of the methods that I've done with just loose braiding hair because you have the tension of the wig and its wefts. You have that kind of pulling back on you. So I'm going to take this off. I'm going to add a little water. I just got this little garment steamer. I've been wanting one for a really long time for a lot of different reasons because they're pretty useful. Getting, not getting wrinkles out of your clothes and um, all kinds of things. But they're definitely useful for wigs and things of that nature as well. So let's start brushing and see where we get. Making sure we're really brushing through those tangles. Again, if you're having a harder time getting your brush through, don't force it. Instead, take that rat tail comb and start separating those bits out bit by bit rather than trying to force it through the hair. That's not going to serve you or anyone, and it's going to make your wig look like shit. And wigs aren't cheap. Like, even cheap wigs aren't cheap. So just like don't. Just don't. Now this wig has seen some use. I don't think I've ever washed this wig. Washing wigs is kind of like a kind of misnomer because you're not actually like really washing anything out of it, generally speaking, unless you like, um, if you like rolled around in some dirt or something, I guess, or you wanted to get some product out, some like old product out, that could be like a washing process. But really, typically, washing wigs is just kind of um, letting, getting a lot of the, like, allowing yourself to kind of redo the wig. You can put some fabric softener in it to kind of let the hair look a little bit better. But that's about it. Like, it's not actually like you're, putting it through the washing machine, God forbid, or something like that. But if you do need to get, uh, if you do need to clean it, like there's ways, obviously. But and then there's wigs that you use, once in a while, and there's wigs that you use more frequently. If you're wearing a wig every day, you're gonna have to do kind of something a little bit different. Some people like to foil their wigs. That's one way, especially if it's a curly wig, because um, that can help kind of reset the curl with heat. Turn it around just a little bit more, and then we're going to get this side. And this side definitely is like the most tangly of this whole section, so we're going to take it nice and slow. Try to separate out some sections just with my fingers, maybe with the rat tail comb, just to kind of make my life a little bit easier down the road. This is what I'm telling myself will be true, but we all know how that typically works out. So, okay, let's try to go for it. Okay. And we have the audio from my laptop. Cool. Oh, didn't forget to turn off one piece of audio. There's always going to be another. Am I right, fellow streamers? I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one who forgets every single thing once they start. Once they're like, I'm going to stream, it's just like, nope. I just get my blinders on, try to get ready for the stream. I forget half the shit, try to find some other shit, get lost, forget that I was going to stream. Then I'm like, oh yeah, I was going to stream. And then I just sit down and don't have what I need. There's like a little knot right there. And I'm just going to work out with my fingers and the rat tail comb. That's the exact knot that I was trying to get out earlier. Sorry, this isn't the most interesting live I've ever done, but sometimes things have to get done, and I am more productive when I'm on live. So I won't do the whole wig while I'm on the live with you. It's, it's definitely not the most interesting process, and definitely a little bit time consuming. But I figured I'd start it, and then I'd get back to crocheting. I'm still working on the hexagon cardigan. Right now, I am on the intersex side of the crochet commission that I'm doing. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I sell on my Etsy, which I am having a sale on. So if you want to check that out, feel free. Hopefully Nightbot will drop once we get more comments, I guess, or whatever. My link, but you can always go on Etsy and look up Ian's Weirdo Emporium. And whether you are a crocheter or you like to get crocheted goods, I do sell finished objects as well as hand-dyed cotton yarn. I only have one colorway right now, I will say. I also have 2 patterns. So if that is sounds like something you could be interested in, I am having a 25% off until the end of August sale. So if you've been interested in anything that I have for sale, this could be the time to get it. I'm just saying. What is that noise? Is it trying to heat up? Is that the noise? Yeah, there's no heat on that. Okay, now we're getting some heat going. And you really start to see a difference in the wig once it's steamed through, because it's a totally different, you know, like look at like that to that. I mean, it's night and day, right? Ooh, yeah. This crochet hook is doing its work tonight. Oops, almost pulled my wig down. Trying to get through a little knot right there at the end. Just a little too ambitious. Okay. Let that cool down, or just, turn it away from myself, and then I'm gonna roll these up. Now I do have these, you might have seen these off screen. I do have these rollers, and they are actually really fun for doing like spiral curls. But I don't have the tool. I don't know where, it must be at my old place. I don't have the tool for, I wonder, because what it basically is you get a tool that's basically like a Tunisian crochet hook, and you pull hair through it. So let me see if I can do this. I don't know if this is gonna work. You pull hair through it. Let's see, it doesn't want like that much hair, but we're gonna try to make it work. And you pull the hair into, you don't see that? Yeah, that didn't. Into the little tubes, and then this is great for if you have trouble, if you want curly hair and you have trouble keeping your curls. It's great for heatless curls because you do it while your hair is wet, and then you let it dry like this completely, usually overnight. But they're really soft, so it's like not, it's not like the most uncomfortable thing you can do with your hair, but it's also like you are sleeping on a bunch of hooks and stuff, or like curl things, but sorry, I'm trying to see if I can get this through. The other tool is much better. This is just a tool that's supposed to be good enough. Yeah, it really doesn't want this. Okay, well, I tried. Okay, well, you learned something new, right? I tried. I gave it the old college try. So I'm going to put this into a curler. Wow, we're almost at 9 o'clock already. It's crazy. Now, even though I'm steaming these, I have a feeling that like some of the hairs that went in early in the process aren't going to be quite as curly as I want them. So I am going to probably try to dip these in some like boiling water or some hot water and do my like cold plunge afterwards because I just find that that sets the curl really fast, and I don't have to wait for it to dry completely because I'm very impatient. Very, very impatient. So after this row, I'm gonna call it a night with this wig, just so that we can get to watching a scary movie, or not necessarily scary, but a Halloween movie. And then we can start. We can do our 100 Nights movie of the night. So the reason you kind of want to straighten it out before you do the curl again is because this way you have a way to reshape the curl. If you try to curl on top of curls, first of all, it's like, well, you kind of really don't know what you're going to get coming out of it. And then this gives you kind of more of the look that you're going for. And then also you make sure you get all those tangles out so that when you're doing your styling, you can really get what you want out of this situation. So soft and nice once it's all. Get my little steamer, and then we're gonna start the process of steaming these curls, and then these will be the last curls I steam for y'all tonight, and then we're gonna get onto the fun stuff, right? And again, like I said at the beginning, there's always better ways to do things. I'm kind of working within the limitations of what I have on hand. I would like to do different things personally, but this is just what I have available, so that's okay. Try to get in there, yeah. Now, what a lot of people will do is they'll roll up the whole thing if they have enough rollers, and then they'll put a bag over it, and then they'll put the steamer inside of the bag, and then they'll let the hair naturally cool off so that the curls can cool. Because kind of the worst things you can do, not the worst, but like the most annoying thing is to do all this work to create beautiful curls, and then and then they don't cool off, and they just kind of like just don't really form. So doing this is letting them cool off is an essential part of making sure that your curl is like you want it. pieces. Okay. Oops, okay, and then dropping things. Okay, so now that I'm done with that, you can see what the back looks like. So we've got like 7 curlers and foam curlers in there. Now they're already cool to the touch, so I could, in theory, take some of them out, but just making sure that they're fully cool is ideal. So I'm gonna let them cool, and I'm going to quickly. I'm gonna do a little break where I get myself a little drinky drink, probably a little Canada Dry, and then I'm gonna set up for the movie of the night. I don't know what it is yet. Hi, because it's 9. Sorry. Hey, no need to apologize. We're just here when we're here. We're not here when we're not here, and that's perfectly fine. I just worked a little bit on this wig that I'm doing for my drag look. I was gonna do my this like golden wig that I have, this like golden honey blonde, but it's just not gonna work with what the look I have planned. So we're gonna do a white wig instead. But yeah, I'm gonna take a quick break. Thanks for showing up though, Jenny. I appreciate it. So let me put you on a little countdown. Okie dokie, thanks everyone for waiting. So today, what are we gonna watch? We got some options. So, thank you all for hanging out with for the first part of the stream where I worked on my wig. I wasn't quite sure which wig I was going to go with, so I started with the red, and then I was like, you know what, that's not the vibe that I'm feeling, especially considering like the outfit that I think I'm going to go with. So it was like, let me go with this white wig that I have. It's very beautiful, but it's definitely not drag. It needs to be bigger. It needs to be like it. So it's gonna need some help, some TLC, some love, and definitely some more hair. So I'm gonna go to the beauty supply store tomorrow and get some white braiding hair. And that will be good. And I'll go directly into my sections. And I'll go on the wefts that are already created, and I'll just use my latch hook and I'll apply that in so it has more hair, but which will give it more weight as well. But there are just some spots that the white isn't covering up the wig cap enough um, that it's sewn onto, and then with my wig cap underneath, that is I usually let's see. So I have one that has a black rim and it's like nude. So that's probably going to be the one I use, even though my preferred one is like a black net. Either way, both of them are going to be highly, highly visible under a white wig. So building up the white underneath is going to be really important. It's going to be easier to the one that's nude is a smaller net, so it's easier to kind of like put white makeup on so that you won't be able to see it underneath. So let's see. So I think we should do The Mummy today because I love that movie. I always have a really good time watching it. It's one of my favorite movie franchises. Of the movies I recognize that are in it, of course, I only recognize 2 of the 4 movies. I don't even consider the 4th one like it doesn't even get a participation award because it has literally none of the original not staff, cast. So let's see The Mummy. But it has none of the original cast, and it's just totally different. So let's see. So it is on Tubi right now, which I believe is a free service if you have Roku, which I have Roku.
We do it every night. Every night. I live alone, but I still do it.
Thank you for telling us you do it every night. I can't change the name of the thing anymore, so we're just going to deal with this, and I'll try to remember to change the name afterwards. I am letting my tea steep. I love tea. I think a lot of people who watch me now don't know that about me. I do love tea, and when I'm drinking like caffeinated tea, I usually drink something that's like spicy and like full and like whatever. And I love cinnamon tea. That's my favorite of all time, like caffeinated teas. But for uncaffeinated or non-caffeinated teas, I typically go with like a fruity tea. Because it's later in the evening, I'm gonna go with a fruit tea, and I'm going to do a pineapple tea, which is very delicious. Every time I drink it, I'm like, mm. So I don't like doing this one anymore because since I got this new earring, see this little like ring that I got right here. I've had this pierced for like more than a year, maybe 2 years, but I changed the jewelry in it, and putting a little earbud in it kind of messes with it and it irritates the shit out of me. So put it on this side, Ah, maybe. Who knows? And then get my phone. And connect it to my TV. That was really weird how I said that, but okay. I started watching If, the Imaginary Friends movie, last night. It seemed very cute, but I was having a little trouble like following it, and I was like, "This definitely seems like a movie that's gonna make me cry." So I was like, "Maybe we'll watch this later," because it just felt like one of those movies that's gonna be like stab you in the heart type movies, and I just wasn't ready for that. Who knows if I'll ever be ready for that? So let's get rolling through these ads. Let me turn off this. So I started the second scheme from the ball of basic stitch that I'm using. Again, this is the color mustard. It's a beautiful golden yellow. I wouldn't say it's quite, it's like mustard-y enough to call it mustard, but I've seen things that I mean, I guess there's many types of mustard, so you could call it mustard and that would be fine, but this is definitely more like of a golden yellow, which I really think is pretty. If you want to watch this movie with me, like I said, it's available on Tubi. It's also, a lot of people own this movie. I know I own it, um, even though I don't. My Xbox is being a little erratic lately and isn't playing movies like I wanted to, or isn't playing things like I wanted to. But I'll figure it out. Oh, this is just such a fun. Like literally, I've talked about this so many times. Like everyone in this movie is just really attractive. Like if you have any inkling towards bisexuality, pansexuality, you just walked away from this movie and you were like, "Yep, whole cast. Yep, whole cast." So if you haven't been watching, I'm working on a cardigan. It has two different halves. Um, one half is going to be the trans pride colors. This side is finished with the exception of some ends that I need to sew in. And the other side is going to be intersex pride. And the intersex pride flag is a golden yellow flag, and then it has a purple circle in the middle of it. So we are going to do that for a very special person who ordered it. And they seem very sweet and super excited. It's always nice to have a little communication with people who order stuff online because, like, you never know, like, right? And then this person, when I asked them, like, hey, like, just want to make sure, like, the sizing is going to fit and, like, if that's what you want. Because I've had some people who, like, wouldn't give me sizing information and, you know, it was really difficult and they were a little difficult. This person was like so easy to work with and they were very like, thank you so much. I'm so happy to get it. Like I know it's gonna be beautiful. Like they were just like so excited about it that I felt really, really happy to be able to make this for them and I hope it's exactly what they want because that would be my dream is that they could get that joy. Because That's what this is all about, right? Expressing yourself and getting that joy. Get that joy. Just hotness everywhere. I also really like the sequel to this, but the third movie when they tried to replace Rachel Weisz, we noticed. We noticed very much, and it was an insult to our intelligence that you thought we wouldn't. Okay, so I'm gonna put this yarn down here in this basket, so it's a little bit easier to pull and doesn't get caught on like the velour of my Volare pillow. If you're interested in this ergonomic pillow, they do come in other colors, by the way. I just picked the color that was bright green because it's one of my favorite colors. Um, I I do have a discount code. I usually have Nightbot put it up because I have so much stuff that Nightbot already does. Don't have it up, but if you crochet or if you game or anything like that, and you want that like ergonomic pillow, this is different from a boppy. It's inspired by the boppy. Let me pause this real quick. It's inspired by the boppy pillows that like nursing mothers and stuff use, but they designed it specifically for crafters and gamers and people like that who work with things in their lab. It's wider than one. It's also very accommodating to different people's sizes. It's got a buckle in the back, so you can buckle it and like carry it over your shoulder if you're traveling and things like that. Great for like in the car and things like that. It's really nice. They pack it really fairly small. It's machine washable. The outside is. I got hot sauce on it the day that I got it, and it was easy to get out. And hot sauce is not necessarily the easiest thing to get out. It's a great thing. It's definitely not a bobby. It's similar to one for sure. I mean, I can see similarities. But if you want one and you want a discount code, I can show you. I can give you the code. I found one on like a craft, like I think it was like a wool store. They had a coupon for like 15% off. So the code isn't even mine. It was just one that I used that happened to work. So if you want that code, I'd be happy to pass that along. Again, I don't get anything. I don't have any codes that I get anything from. I don't get any money from doing anything off of YouTube. So just don't think that there's ulterior motives for anything I do. It's just like, hey, I'm all about saving money when you can. So if that was something that interests you, just let me know, and I would be happy to send you the code. But anyways, we're gonna start moving back up. Ooh, I feel like I need to put a Scooby-Doo movie on here. I'm gonna put my favorite Scooby-Doo movie on here. Oh, should I do the live action Scooby-Doo? I'm just gonna put Scooby-Doo and we're gonna see what happens. Favorite animated movie, which is Ghost. Obviously, the live action though is iconic, and Matthew Lillard can get it fucking 6 ways to Sunday because he is so fine. Oh my gosh! I know a movie I should put on here. More Matthew Lillard. Just like every Matthew Lillard movie. We're just watching Matthew Lillard over and over again. I should have put Scream with that. Oh damn, that would have been a good thing. I mean, I guess we're new enough into the Mummy where we could do that, but I'm not gonna. Hot. Billy Boom isn't my little bunny buddy bang. Buddy bang. Okay, just leaving my ends in. Hey, Crystal, welcome in. We are watching The Mummy, where everyone is really attractive, and I will not accept any arguments about that because everyone is super hot in this movie. I am going to go get my tea, but I will be right back. It's adequately steeped. Hopefully. Again, I'm drinking. I know. Emotep. Yeah, Emotep is like, damn, yeah, you can get it. I'm not even like usually into vodkas, but I'm like, yeah, you can get it. Oh my gosh, and the Hyundai, like not the Hyundai, the what's his name? The guy with the that's like the descendant of the like guards that wears like all black. Oh my gosh, he's fine. Yeah, I always say like if you have any inkling of like bisexuality or pansexuality, you go and you come out of that movie and you're like, everybody, everybody, everybody can get it. I did hear, I believe it was in this movie, not the sequel. Brendan Fraser actually broke his back during the filming of this, which is crazy. And um, you know, I know that he has had like some other injuries in like movies that he's done, which were like part of the reason he like took a break from movies. And I know that there were other reasons that were very, very sad to hear about. But I never watched his like comeback movie, The Whale. But I love him, and he seems like such a sweetie pie. Oh my god, Rachel Weisz, her first appearance. Oh my gosh, I don't know. I'll have to figure it out. I think he's just said like he broke his back doing it. I don't think he said which scene. Yeah, Rachel Weisz. When you first see her, you're like, hit it. Okay, so let's see. I'm reading it now. Okay, so in an effort to feel like he was earning his big paychecks for the movies, he did many of his own stunts. This stunt work led to a number of injuries and subsequent surgical procedures, including repairs of his vocal cords, a partial knee replacement, and a spinal procedure called a lumbar laminectomy. I swear he like talked about breaking his back on this one. Okay, so apparently he reported that he nearly died on the set of The Mummy. So he had like a near death when he accidentally choked during the hanging scene. Um, Someone put on a subreddit subreddit out of the loop. What's up with people loving Brendan Fraser all of a sudden? Get out of here. Brendan Fraser has always been loved. Be gone, idiot. um, but I thought he broke his back on it. Maybe that was like something else. But yeah, I didn't know about the choking thing. But I think that was part of the reason why, because I think he like gained a bunch of. I think he like was really struggling with like his like physicality, but also like gained a bunch of weight. Like when he, was it Bedazzled? That was a fun movie though. I haven't seen that movie in a long time. I spilled tea on my everything I make has a little bit of me in it. This has some tea in it. Rachel Weisz. I mean, and she has like literally just like stayed absolutely stunning. Like, I think the last thing I saw her in was the red Black Widow. The Black Widow. Oh, you love him in Bedazzled. Yes. Yeah. Um, but I saw her in the Black Widow movie, and she's still just like stunning. Like, can you just save some of that anti-aging for the rest of us, please? She's just absolutely gorgeous. I really like to see her in more, but I don't follow her filmography that much, but I should. Yeah. Oh, remember when like Elizabeth Hurley was like in everything? Speaking of Bedazzled, I wonder how she's doing. I hope she's doing well. Okay. No problem at all. I understand. Kids come first. Oh my gosh, Brendan Fraser and George of the Jungle. Oh my gosh, please. What's interesting is that I used some white. I used white basic stitch to supplement uh, some of the white uh, in in the trans portion of the cardigan, and uh, and it felt so much thicker, like more plush than the George of the Jungle. Oh my gosh, you could. There's not a thing that I would not look off of that body in George of the Jungle. I haven't watched the new one with A Scars, but I've heard it's good, and honestly, he is so fine. I do not care. Um, uh, but yeah, I guess is that George of the Jungle, or is that something like some more. But yeah, oh my gosh, he was just good at everything. He was fine and everything. Just gorgeous. Gorgeous man. And like I said, he seems like a sweetie, which is obviously great to see. Seeing like they're about to do the hanging scene, it really is like, oh my gosh, the fact that he almost died in this is like crazy. Maybe that's where he almost broke his back. I don't know. Me running back to the keyboard. But yeah, have you seen the new one with Alexander Skarsgård? Is it worth watching? My wife says it is, but I don't know. It just seems like weird because he's so like, I just can't see it. I can't see it, but I imagine it'd be worse. Checking out, especially because that's another beautiful man. Okay, we have an ad. Oh, when he gets a haircut and he's like, anyone I know, and he's just like fucking hot, you're like, only thing that scares me, Mr. O'Connell, is her manners. So I guess this is going to put us in the creature feature portion of our movies. I mean, we could jump around and do whatever we want, but I think it would be fun to I liked having like the group of like movies that we can kind of compare side by side, of like just like when we had the vampire section, then we had the zombie section, and now we're on now we could be on to the creature feature. Now, there are always going to be odd movies that we're going to squeeze in and out, just d- depending on what's available and whatnot. But what I remember, like, oh, we should have watched this. If it's like, oh, it's last day on Netflix, is today, like, try to watch that. I'm really sad that I didn't get to watch Blade with all the other vampire movies because I really, really wanted to. But of course, the minute that I looked up Blade, it was like probably the day that they took it off of whatever streaming service it was on. If you know why it was taken off that off of streaming services, you know why. I'm not going to spoil everything like the internet did. But I kind of like had an inkling once I saw that it was taken off. I was like, those motherfuckers. Because there was a reason why they didn't want people to be able to see that movie for free. So I was like, I wonder. Actually, I wonder if it's on Disney Plus now. But it didn't show up when I searched it for like all of the things that I had. I love this tea. You always did have bigger balls than brains. And then he just like picks them up and throws them off the ship. Oh my gosh, we're not at that point yet, but when Rachel Weisz gets that outfit that's like black and oh my gosh, I was like, that's when I knew. I was like, I like girls. It's undeniable. It's undeniable. It's undeniable. It was just like you could not. You just couldn't not be into that. You like the ladies. And even if you didn't like ladies, you definitely appreciated the view. You definitely were like, gorgeous. She's gorgeous. We're all working on hexacardigans. We're all working on hexacardigans. One day we'll get tired of making these. Maybe not, but whatever. I was saying this before, and Crystal, I don't know if you have a need for it, but I do have a coupon for the Volari pillow. I'm sure you've seen Nightbot post it before. So if anyone, including you, wants that coupon, it doesn't. I don't get money from it. I found it just like Googling like if there was a Volari coupon out there, and I found 15% off. So if you ever wanted a ergonomic pillow for crochet or gaming or whatever you do, just know that I have a coupon for it, so you don't need to pay full price if you ever want one. That goes out to everyone, but I said it earlier. I think before you came in the room. Guess who's got all the horses? Guess who's on the wrong side of the river? We get a little break for ads. So the first part of this, before you were here, Crystal, I was working on a wig that I'm gonna do use for my drag number. I was gonna use this like honey gold wig that's very like Christina in Burlesque, very like Beyonce Crazy in Love, very gorgeous. But the outfit that I was planning, it's just like I was working on these flower motifs with the rainbow, the same rainbow yarn that you have. I was dual stranding that with lace weight gold, and I was thinking it was cute, but then like I started like tried to like lay it on me, and I couldn't think of a way to like create the tension that would actually like open up all of this work that I had. So I was just like, you know what? I don't have time for that. I don't have time to make this work. I don't have time to do all of these motifs, even though I was like kind of sewing them together as I went. So I was like, I abandoned that mission. And also, I just kind of was like hating the way it looked. So I was going to do like the honey wig with this, with like the gold up my like legs. And now I'm going to do like I'm gonna try to do my pride top that I never finished. My booty shorts, which look like crazy, crazy skanky booty shorts from Pride. And then I'm gonna have like a white wig that's gonna be as like big as I can make it. I'm gonna try to go real big, real drag with it. and see how that works out. So I'm super excited because I want this to be just like a really fun experience and see if it's a good fit. Because like I was talking about how I did cosplay for a while, and like cosplay was a good thing for me because like I like doing so many different types of crafts. Like I love like yarn art, but I also love like makeup, and I love hair, and I love like all different types of things. I would say that the hardest part of drag for me is like styling because I have no sense of fashion, like none, zero, less than 10. And like out of 10, negative 10 out of 10. And like so that's a little bit challenging for me. When I did cosplay, it was like you had kind of a blueprint of what you're supposed to look like. But with this, it's like you kind of get to like style your own, which is a little bit hard for me, but I'm trying. Um, but um, working with the wigs and all that stuff, like it's just been really fun for me to like explore different avenues of my creativity. And I have this white wig that I used before that I used for a the Gathering character, and it needs a little TLC, and it definitely needs to be bigger for like the drag essence of it all. But I'm really excited because I feel like it's going to be really fun. Uh, a really fun like character to like put all together, and it should be interesting for sure. So I am gonna have to buy a bag of like braiding hair, and I'm gonna use like a latch hook to apply that to the wefts that are already sewn into the wig, and style that in, make it nice and full and big, and then I might stuff it um, with like things like grocery bags and stuff like that drag queens have done since the dawn of time. But I'm super excited for it. So yeah, that's what I spent the first like hour or so doing, which is why we're getting into the movie a little bit later. But we're about 30 minutes into the Mummy right now. Let's get this rolling again. Oh shit! Here's a clip. I could not find one freaking clip. Granted, this one's the the rubber broke. It's like a little piece of silicone that holds. No, I've tried to make a wig myself. I'm just not good. It's actually really difficult. Like it's not the hardest thing to build like a traditional wig. If you want to do like lace or ventilation, that's like time investment. The wig I tried to build myself was like a pulled up ponytail wig, and so you had to do kind of everything backwards than you would normally. Really, if you build a wig, it's not too hard until you do like the top closure. And if you have like some wigs, like we'll just like you can just buy like a top closure and just like boop, pop it on. But I made a wig myself. But I already have a white wig, and you can get a bag of like white braiding hair, so it's just loose hair. Oh yeah. Um, it's like so it's I already have a wig, but I need more hair in it to like really pump it up. So I'm gonna be using like the loose braiding hair and curling it, and then using the latch hook to put it on there, and then so it'll be like a little bit more voluminous. So once I start back combing and pumping it up, it should be a lot more hair to kind of have more volume. Plus, it's got to hide not only the wefts, but it's got to hide my really dark wig cap and my dark hair under my dark wig cap. All of that, it's got to hide that, and white hair doesn't. Is like the hardest color to hide. Your shit underneath. This one is strong. Sexy. Everyone's so sexy. Oh, I totally missed the Rachel Lee's reveal. Damn it. But she still looks hot. So the guy who plays the guy that I'm looking at, whose name I cannot remember for the life of me, the guy in all black, who runs like the desert people group. He there was rumors that he was going to be in Gotham, the show Gotham, when it was running, and I was so excited he was going to be Ra's al Ghul, and I was like, oh yeah, that would be perfect because like, you know, if you're a Batman nerd like I am, he would be, but that's not what we got. So I never finished that show. I want to go back and watch it. I feel like I almost want to skip season 1, but because it was just such a different show than the rest of the seasons, but I feel like you need the background for how everything else turned out. Are they just getting trashed now? It's like 10 o'clock. Usually they come like 8 o'clock on the dot. They're like, we're getting your trash, bitch. I cut down my hip pads a little bit because they were like crazy huge, and like Crystal, like if you want to see like what my hip pads look like, they are nuts bananas. Like, but I needed to like refine them because like they were just, it was like cellulite city up in there, and like you could really see like, because they're green, the pads are green, and you could really see the green through even 3 pairs of dance tights. So but like my like hips and ass were like like I was hauling ass. But I refined them a little bit, up actually a lot, because they just didn't go well, and I just needed to get them looking better. So hopefully they look a lot better now. But drag is like the second you put all that stuff on, it is so freaking hot, like temperature hot. You're like, get me out of this. This is a form of torture. This is legitimately a form of torture. And taking it off, you're like, I am so sweaty. I didn't realize I could produce that much sweat on every single part of my body. I like how this guy is like, they're led by a woman. What does a woman know? And then she's like, obviously the best because she's Rachel Beast and she's brilliant. She's going to be an Egyptologist. Led by a woman. What does a woman know? That's the statue of Anubis. His eyes look like boobies. So if you want to hear something funny, so you know the scene, they're setting it up right now. You know the scene where she's like setting up the mirrors so that they can like bring light down into some of the corridors of the like underground. Well, one time we lost power, and it was when we lived in Charlotte. And Mel, being just like the goofy person that she was and is, she started grabbing all these mirrors, and she's like, it's an ancient Egyptian chick. And it did actually work. It worked decent. I mean, obviously we didn't have the perfect mirrors for it, but literally, like, she was just like, it's an ancient Egyptian chick. You are the perfect woman. It was so funny. Oh my gosh. So I just had to pause it and then tell the story. Yeah. It's just like, you goofy goober. Okay, so once I get to the end of this row, I'm going to count my corners, make sure that we are all, we have a hexagon because, again, like I've said a million times, it's really important. They do that in the Fifth Element too. Yeah, they do. Was it with light? Or it was something like, yeah, because that's how they like connect all of like the different little triangular prisms. That is a good movie. I wonder if that could be considered a Halloween movie because I want to put some alien things in there. Um, I know it was very smart and inventive of her. She definitely had that on her side. She's always keeping me on my toes for sure. But yeah, it's really easy to add a side or take away a side when you're doing a hexagon. And then all of a sudden, like 8 rows later, you realize that this whole time you've not been making a hexagon and you are gonna have to frog. But for some reason, we lived in that apartment for a while. And like for some reason, that apartment was the nicest one we ever lived in, but like lost power the most frequently. And it just was like how it was like wired. And so the archaeologist can see what he's doing in the beginning. Oh yeah, you are totally right. You are totally right. Before he gets like shot or like trapped in there, right? Something like that. I love that movie. That is a good movie. Gary Oldman in that movie, I like it took me like so long and I had to watch so many Gary Oldman movies and someone had to point out that that was Gary Oldman before I could even recognize him in that role. He was so like transformative in that. I have this, I don't have it near me. I have this gold shiny fabric that's like gold, but then it like reflects like it's green and then gold and then red. It's really pretty. It's this vinyl it was like I bought it a long time ago. It was in the remnant section of all, so it was like 50% off, and then it had like an additional coupon. And I really want to make something that's very like strappy, like a little bit like bondagey, but also like very inspired by like the strappy number that she has in like the Fifth Element, because that would be a cool look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Always good to check. That's a good movie. But I don't think that, I don't know, that doesn't really like scream Halloween to me. It's got like different planets and like aliens and stuff like that. But it doesn't exactly scream Halloween to me. So maybe not. Even though I think that like that outfit has probably been done quite a bit for, you know, Halloween, I would imagine that it's not like not really a Halloween movie. They're better. The cast is great. So what's interesting is that Mila Jovovich, who plays Lilu, she actually helped develop a language. So her and I believe the director develop the language that she speaks. Um, it's more sci-fi, yeah, for sure. The language that she speaks, they actually developed it. I put Resident Evil on there, but it's only pay to watch, unfortunately, because I really wanted to watch it and put that in the zombie section, but no. Also, Michelle Rodriguez, another one of those. I like girls. I really like girls. But yeah, um, Resident Evil is definitely Halloween, perfect for Halloween. But yeah, I have to pay for it, and there were things where it was like it would be cool, to pay for it, but like because I'm doing 100 nights and I'm doing something um, every every uh, uh, night, like it just wouldn't make sense to keep on paying for movies that weren't available. I just figured I would be able to find stuff that was available. But I thought it would be cool to have like a section that like maybe was like if I could like video game based. Because I think there was a Silent Hill. I know there's Silent Hill animated movies. Um, but I think there might be a live action one that I heard wasn't that good, but whatever. There's the Last of Us show. Um, there's I think I broke down another one. Yeah, Resident Evil's on my list, but it was paid. But it might become free as Halloween gets closer because sometimes these things come up on new things. I was like, what's happening? Oh, it's a ad. And then The Walking Dead has like its million. Yeah, but because I'm watching movies, like I don't want to watch like a whole show like um on here. Oh, thank you. I do have HBO, so thank you. The Last of Us show is great, and I have watched it. Great, and Pedro Pascal. Wow, I'm such a thirsty bitch. But Pedro Pascal's pretty up there in the sexy department. I even looked up like Shaun of the Dead. Like Shaun of the Dead wasn't available for free, and I was like, that sucks because I watched Dawn of the Dead, which was available, but Shaun of the Dead was not. It was interesting to see how much overlap there was in the zombie genre. And I even watched the Zombies movie on Disney, which they had like the Zombies show, or not Zombie show, but Zombies Reese's peanut butter ice cream. Say less. They have the Zombies movie like series. I watched the first one, and it was actually really cute. Like it was very like in the era of like Descendants and like stuff like that, where it was like there's like musical stuff. It's pretty cringy at first, which so is Descendants, and I live for Descendants. Speaking of Descendants, I think I saw that Sophia Carson was in something new, and she's just like a little precious human. Um, but Zombies was actually really cute. I mean, I think that like there's a lot of movies that have been done that Disney tries to do to try to like different levels of subtlety, like point out that like prejudice is bad, and like sometimes it's like very subtle, and sometimes it's very like overt, and like the zombies movie, it was very overt, like racism. Like this is a commentary on racism, but it was still really cute. So if you haven't seen that one, Crystal, I think that if you like the kind of vibe of like Disney, like musicals and like stuff like that, I think it's fun. Um, although, of course, it's just ridiculous. Like it's so cringy at first. You're like, I want to die, but then you're like getting into it, and you're like, okay, I'm into it. And the whole time I'm like, that's a wig, that's a wig. I'm like, they just spray painted his hair green. Oh, the new Descendants, The Rise of Red. I haven't seen that yet. I haven't seen that yet. I want to so bad. But I haven't seen it yet. Um, yeah, I've seen like the clip of like the song that she did. Brandy Cinderella. Oh my gosh, will there ever be anyone quite like that? I don't know. She's just so iconic, so beautiful, and her voice is just like butter on a skillet, just like smooth. Like it's so good. But yeah, like the original, like the first, because they did three, I think three Descendants movies, and then what happened is that one of the original cast members passed away due to epilepsy, um, and I think they maybe saw that it was running its course, but also like the the group that they had then, but also they didn't want to bring the cast back if like one of them had passed. So I think that they just went with a completely new direction. And the only person in the cast, like they still had the same, it was in the same universe, but the only person they kept in were Fairy Godmother and Uma. I really like China Anne McClain as Uma, and her first song that she did in uh, episode or see the second. Oh, you owned all of Brandy's albums. I mean, she killed it. She for sure was just. She is an icon. There's one like clip. I'll have to find it and send it to you. I got it. I gotta find it right now. I'll forget about it and I'll. It's it's Brandy, Jennifer Lewis, and who the fuck else? Who else is it? Um, and they're like, you just have to hear it. It's so funny. I think it's in a little short. Okay, I'm sending this to you on Facebook. Okay, when you get a chance, watch what I just sent you on watch what I just sent you on Facebook because it's okay. Let me get back to remote because you never know when it's gonna disconnect, and I'm gonna have to reconnect it real quick. So the okay, banned. He's so hot when he like had the stick of dynamite. And he's and then he like takes the dynamite and he's like, huh. I even was like, should I like do like the first episode of like True Blood for like vampires. I did the first episode. The only show that I started was the Interview with a Vampire show because I couldn't find the Interview with a Vampire movie. So I was like, let me try this show, and I was like, not feeling it, but also it was really weird because like there's so much packed into like those first couple episodes that you really need the backstory of that you really have to like pay attention. Can't talk. Oh, you've seen this? Okay. Yeah, so funny, right? I love Jennifer Lewis. She's such an icon, but I love Brandy as well. Yeah. It always makes me laugh. Every time it like pops up on my feed, I'm just like, this is great. And I love Jennifer Lewis too. She's an icon, and like she's been so outspoken about her bipolar, which I love because like she's also like just a great like mental health advocate, but like she's talked about how like like um like just what bipolar has like been like for her, and she doesn't do this thing where like people just like don't talk about it. She's like, no, it's like this shit's hard, and like you have to figure out so much about yourself. Like she just really goes and talks about it, and I am like so like she's just a great person to have advocating for like bipolar um, advocacy. So love her. She's queen. But yeah, Brandy and her hair, Brandy's hair in Cinderella, Brandy's hair in Descendants. Oh my gosh, that blue that they did. Because like I think the best thing that they do in all of the Descendants movies is really doing the hair. The hair and the costumes, their work is so good. And that's how I feel about that. Stupid, superstitious bastards. Pull out all the stops. Amazing production team. I mean, amazing like from like top to bottom. Like they really just like that series of movies. It's just so incredible. Like what they have. Like it's amazing. And it's just gotten bigger and better every single time. And the references and like the more Disney you know, the more like enriched like the story is. Um, it's so cool. Um, I've I've really I've really enjoyed watching them, but I really need to watch the new one. I know I'm like missing out. the live action. What did I say? I forgot what I was referring to with the live action question. Like the live action Descendants, because I know they did the three. They have three. They have 4 live action movies now. They have like a show or like shorts or something like that are animated. But I haven't seen any of those because if you don't put the original cast in the live action thing, I'm not gonna see it. Oh, the live action Mulan. That was so fun to watch. I had a really good time watching that. I actually saw that fairly recently. Um, because I will always couple the live action Mulan and the animated Mulan. Because the animated Mulan obviously has some great musical moments. Great, great musical moments. And then the live action was just stunning. It was so stunning. Um, so I did have fun watching that as well. And it always, like, every time I watch it, I'm like, I need to do more research on the real Mulan, and then I forget immediately. So I really need to do more research on the real Mulan that they base the Disney Mulan off of, because, like, that's based on a real person. Yes, I've been liking the live actions as well. I feel like they haven't really had any misses, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they are different. Yeah, exactly. I think that's a great way to put it. It's like if you compare them to what they were like in, if what they were as animated movies, they're just. I mean, it's just bound to be different, and it makes it more fun when it's because I think when you're trying to shot for shot remake something, it's pretty boring. And then you're constantly comparing it to what it was before. But if you're like, this is actually just kind of like a different thing, then you get to really enjoy it for what it is. Like Mulan, they didn't try to go with the exact same storyline. They're like, well, what will be a more kind of interesting point of view with it, and I really liked it. I'm trying to think any other. Cruella was. I know that was not a. I mean, they have a live action 101 Dalmatians, right? With Glenn Close, which was iconic. But with Cruella, they tried to do like an origin story, and that was really fun. I didn't like it the first time I watched it, I have to admit. And I think a huge part of that is Emma Stone's English accent always makes me like kind of regurgitate my food a little bit. But like, it was really cool, and it was really interesting how they did that whole thing, and the fashion was it. Fashion was everything. It's so fun. Very cool kind of origin story for Cruella. Yeah, that was super fun. I know Daniel from Paw Play Yarns is obsessed with Cruella and desperately wants to do the red dress like in drag. Like I know that for sure because he was talking about to me about making that dress, which I'm not a great sewer, so I would be really nervous to like make something for someone who wasn't like nearby that I couldn't like try on them and like make sure it fits before like the whole process. So that would make me pretty nervous, but like, I would love to make him that dress. I think he would look fierce, but I know he's obsessed with Cruella. But he's a Disney game. We all know and accept this about him. Make granny squares until you die. Granny stitches, I should say. Make granny stitches until you die. Granny clusters. I honestly don't know how people do just like granny clusters all the time. Everything is granny squares, and I would lose my fucking marbles. I'm already like, when can this be done? But it is something that you can kind of turn your brain off and just kind of do mindfully, or multitask during, which is nice. Like that is definitely a perk of granny squares. So it's not all bad, or granny stitches. Um, I think that uh, probably my worst nightmare would be making a bunch of granny squares and like having to like attach them together. But I know for some people, the song of my people. Make granny squares until you die. Um, but some people love granny squares and granny stitches so much, and great for them. That's awesome. We literally, and I don't mean that sarcastically at all. I know everything I say comes out and sounds very sarcastic, and my face doesn't help. But like, I truly believe like if you love something and you're passionate about it, and like those are the types of stitches you like to do, then like please go for it. It takes literally all types of crafters and crocheters and knitters and whatever to make different types of things. So like we should be able to you know there's gonna be people who like their true passion lies in making things with the granny stitch, or granny squares, and I'm super happy for them. It's just not my preferred method, of crocheting. Even though this movie, I think they said that this movie came out in '97, The Mummy. Even though it's older and like obviously CGI has made such a um, like so much progress, I think that a lot of it still holds up really well. I'm those people. I like the granny stitch because it's just the double crochet over and over again. It's the first stitch I ever learned. Yeah, see, like some people, like that's just it. That's what they love. And you're right, it is the same thing over and over again. So you can just multitask. You can do several different things. Like it's cool. Like nothing wrong with that. I know I go a little bit nuts, more nuts. I still love this one. Well, you can apply it to any stitch that you don't like. It's about it. And in one of my whips, I have a hexagon cardigan that bag a day. Honestly, I'm not one to judge people on spelling. I I can't spell, can barely read, but what was I saying? I don't remember. Yeah, see, I didn't learn from doing the granny stitch or from doing granny squares. In fact, if I had learned that way, I know there's so many different granny square books and stuff like that, but I just have never really it just never really excited me that much. And then knowing that I would have to make like a billion of them to connect to do anything, I was like, this doesn't really fit my oh yes. I have the Bag a Day herringbone hexagon cardigan in my whips. And that's in my whips. And I always am like, I want to pick that up because I do have fun doing that stitch. Yes, I do have, that is the Bag a Day hexie that I have. And it's like a nice charcoal black. It's very pretty. Yep, that's the one. When I saw it, I was like, ooh, I'm gonna make that one. Arches Bay is so hot. You're so hot. No mortal weapon can kill this creature. Yeah, I have like some really cool phlegm going on here. Hot. Yeah, it was beautiful. I really like that spin on the hexagon cardigan, and it makes you think like you can do so much with that. Just like if you can make a hexagon out of it and keep making a hexagon bigger, you can make a cardigan out of it. It's like, oh well, we're not contained to this to doing a granny stitch if we don't want to. I'm gonna blow out this candle. You know when you let candles burn too long and you're like, I feel like I should put this out because you're not supposed to let them burn too long or something. I don't know. With the fancy candles. I did get one from Joanne. Now, normally they're $25, which Joanne, we know, marks up everything because they expect you to use coupons. Normally they're $25 a piece for the 3-wick candles, and I'm like, bitch, no. But Bath and Body Works does the same exact thing for their candles. But so they had like 5 different scents, and I smelled them in store before I ordered at home and pick up in store because there was additional coupon. So it was 25, and then it was like $10 or something on sale, and then I had an additional 25% off if I ordered online and picked up in store. And so the only one that I liked that I smelled was the Spooky Spice, which would definitely be my Spice Girl name, for being honest. And it's very cinnamon forward, which basically that's pretty much always a selling point for me. I love cinnamon. I'm like a cinnamon addict. Like I love cinnamon. Like if that's the main scented candle, I pretty much love it. The other ones are pretty good. I don't really like candles that smell very sweet. I know some people are really into that, like candy and like marshmallows and stuff like that. But all that stuff kind of is gross to me. There was another one that was pretty nice that had it said cashmere. I always wonder when they're cashmere's in it. I'm like, what does cashmere smell like? It's a fucking fabric. What is what or what is the cashmere? What's the cashmere smell? But whenever they have cashmere in it, I'm like, that's a nice smell. So whatever. I like cashmere. I like cashmere smell. But this smells really good. But I hope it has a good the wicks are pretty close together, aren't they? Now that I look at it, but whatever. But it's not as the other ones had like cool, like shiny outsides. This just has spider webs on it. But I have one fall candle from Bath and Body Works from last year, so I'm using that. Smell like money. Yeah, exactly. You're just burning money. But I also really like something I've discovered, and I think I discovered this from Altnuts because I never really understood it. But was wax warmers. And wax warmers are like great. They're really affordable. You can do it a million different ways. And yeah, cashmere woods smell. It's oh, I know what cashmere wool smells like. It smells like wool. Yeah, exactly. But like exactly, it's like but it doesn't smell like a candle that says cashmere. Um, but every time there's a candle scent or a lotion scent, I don't really like lotion that smells like really anything most of the time. Um, but uh, but yeah, that one's always like it always smells real nice. Real nice. Smell like money. I when I was watching some like I'm gonna pause this real quick. When I was watching the some like different drag like tips and stuff like that, someone was like, hey, when I started doing drag, like someone mentioned to me that I stunk, like like they stunk, and they were like, because like you're sweating. I remember I was talking about like you're sweating in all these places you didn't know you were like you could stink from, and I was like, oh my gosh, I really need to think about this because I'm a sweaty kind of stinky person already. Like I really have to like, I'm like deodorant like many times a day, like kind of person. I not many times a day, like twice a day, but like I'm a very sweaty person. So I have to really, really, really think about like having like scents on me. But then it's like you don't want to be that person who's like a scent bomb where you like walk in and everyone's like "Ugh," like choking on your like cologne or whatever. And then I don't have any perfume, but I'm doing like androgynous drag anyways. But I don't know. Because like cheap scents, I always feel like smell cheap, like no matter what they are. I don't know. Maybe that's how I was raised. Maybe someone else can give me some reflection on this. So my dad is like very frugal, very frugal. Like I will say that my parents have money. They didn't always, and they grew up very, very poor. But like my parents have money now. Lumi, I've heard a lot about that, but it's not cheap, and I can't afford to spend money on something that's not cheap for it to not work. And I break out really easily. I've got this thing called HS, so I have to be really careful about what I put on for like deodorant. But I might try that for like a all like full body deodorant on places that I don't break out because that might be good. Yeah, baby powder. Yeah, well, it's a talc in baby powder, but there's talc in everything. Honestly, like when I do my drag makeup, the powder that I put on has so much talc in it. So what are you gonna do? You just can't avoid it, unfortunately. It's not great. But anyways, so uh, I had a train of thought and it ran away. Train of thought and it ran away. I guess trains don't run, but anyways, Lumi might be a good. It is a good suggestion. Not might be a good, but it is a good suggestion for places that like I like. No, I don't have breakouts from HS. Because HS breakouts tend to be in hormonal areas. If you're picking up what I'm putting down, but like when I took my hip pads off, like because hip pads are basically made out of like couch foam, and so you were basically like imagine like being like inside of a couch. Like that's how fucking burning hot it is. So like when I took my hip pads off and I had like 3 layers of tights, the tights weren't the worst part, but the hip pads were pretty bad. And like I was just like everything like my like outside of my thighs and my ass were just like dripping. And I was like, oh my God. So I didn't think about how I would need to worry about like, hey, you're probably gonna stink. You need to make sure that you don't stink. Oh, but what my dad said. So he said he was like be frugal wherever you can. He's like, but like a good cologne or a good like he said perfume and it made sense at the time based on what I thought my gender identity was. But like he was like, but a good perfume. Were you doing breathable fabrics? I usually try to do breathable fabrics, but um, like um, it's really not. It doesn't make a difference. Like if I like HS is I think they think it's autoimmune, but it also has like a hormonal element. I don't really know what's going on. But like I do wear cotton. Um, I do wear cotton like underwear and stuff like that, and wear cotton shirts. You see that I just wear cotton fabric tees all the time, so that does in theory help. But I still get breakouts. I still get the issues. So it's probably helpful that it's like moisture wicking and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, like there's only so much you can do. You're still going to get these really huge, painful, bad times. Lumi is a lot of the people in the HS community really like Lumi, but other people say that it makes them break out just as bad, if not worse. So it's kind of like, and a lot of those people don't sweat as much as I do because it's not about the amount that you sweat because it has nothing to do with sweat glands. Um, so, but my dad said like, if you're like, he was like, don't bother with cheap like scents. And I think this was at the time where I was using like Bath and Body Works like sprays and stuff like that. He's like, those smell like shit. He was like, or like what was that smell? I forget what the like it might have been, was it Curve or something like that, like Curve for ladies, whatever. He was like, don't. He was like, don't do. He's like, get something nice or don't do anything. He's like, because whatever's in the middle is awful. Like, do you think that that is a good rule to live by with fragrances? I'm interested in hearing what other people think about that because I've had that mentality now my whole life, pretty much since hearing that, where I'm like, well, would I rather smell like, like cheap shit, like the Purple Curve? Yeah, because there was the green one, but was that for like guys or like it was like, or no, wait, or was Olive Curve for women and then they had Curve for men? Okay, so there was a purple curve, there was a green curve, and there was a light blue curve. Oh wait, so the green one was for men. The purple and the light blue were for women's. Curve by Liz Claiborne. Oh my gosh, this is bringing me back. Oh my gosh, there's still a Curve fragrances. Wow. Mel, growing up, she wore what was that? Britney Spears and the. I like how Curve smells too. Um, uh, but What was the not circus? It was one of the Britney Spears ones. It was like in a pink ball and it had like little like rhinestones on it. Britney. It was like one of her first one. That was the one. Is it Curious? No, it wasn't Curious. Looks like Fantasy, but I feel like it was before Fantasy. Like one of the first ones. Ariana Grande. Ooh, I haven't tried any of hers. Right now, I usually right now I'm wearing. I think I'm wearing like a Dior one. I don't really ever put it on because like, what's the fucking point? Like, who am I trying to impress? But I think I have like, I don't know. I just kind of like I kind of like like neutral like woodsy ones. Justin Bieber for women. I really like the bottle of the Billie Eilish one because I think it's so unexpected when she came out with it. I'm like, work. It must have been Fantasy because this bottle is like exactly what I remember. But I just don't remember. I just like that. Like it just had those little rhinestones on it. I can never find it. I did like remember when Lady Gaga came out with one and it was like black, but it didn't like stain your clothes black or anything. I really like that one. Whatever that one was called. But that one like came and went. I hate when they're discontinued and then you're just like, oh, there's a timeline of Britney Spears. Okay, so there's Curious, which was like a little like it looked kind of like a diamond like rhinestone type thing, and then there was Fantasy, which was the circle, and then they kind of played with that bottle shape a little bit. Whoa, she has had so many, and then they played with the circular bottle a lot. What? And there were so many commercials. Let me see. The Lady Gaga perfume smelled amazing. It was called Fame, of course. And it was black. It was gold, and it had these like gold prongs on the top, and you pulled it off, and just had a sprayer. But it was black, and then you would spray, and it wouldn't spray black or anything on you. But it was the perfume itself was black, which was pretty cool. It smelled so good. It was a very like unisex smell. But anywho, so now I'm like, well, I don't really have any things that are like feminine smelling, so I don't really know. Yeah, it was a really cool bottle. I've heard that Rihanna smells amazing too. I bet she smells amazing. But she looks amazing. She probably smells amazing. She can take up real estate on my face whenever she wants, however she wants to. If you know what I'm saying. All right, let's get back to the movie. But yeah, so I'm like, should I get like a fragrance if I'm doing drag? But I'll just wear cologne. Who gives a shit? No one's gonna be smelling me. But I'll make sure that I don't stink. I'll make sure I have like a smell that is like um, so that so that I don't like smell like a sweaty, stinky mess. Although I'll probably forget all of my deodorant and stuff at home and shit. I thought too, like I'll have to shave my underarms, which will be the first time in like I don't even know how long. That's gonna be the weirdest part. Like I shaved my like mustache and like beard thing going on under here, And I shaved that to do my makeup the other day. And I did a pretty bad job because like right here, I did a terrible job at like shaving these little whiskers. And then like I didn't take my jewelry out because I finally was able to like um, get one that like screwed on and didn't fall off. It did fall off, but I found it, so that's good. Um, and oh wow, now Nightbot's here for everything. Um, uh, uh, I forgot what I was saying. Wow, I have a terrible memory. Um, Oh, but when because I didn't take that out, I had hairs like, and I use what's called a safety razor. So, and they're actually really great because no matter if you're shaving like a face or you're shaving your legs or whatever body part you're shaving, they're just really affordable because you can go on like Temu or like whatever place you shop really cheap stuff for, even Amazon, get a really cheap safety razor. They're metal, so they're not like made out of plastic. They're not going to wear down. They're really not going to break. And then you get replacement razor blades for them, and that's like cheap because you can get like a million for like $5, and you can get a really good shave, good shave out of them. But it's hard, especially with the jewelry here, getting like up up right there. So I have these like little like hairs right here. Oh, I feel like I look like a member of Whoville when I do like this. So I need to work on my work on my shaving for when I do my makeup because that looked a little weird having my whiskers come out. I was literally talking about shaving, and now we're on like the we're watching we're I'm watching an ad on like a dad teaching his daughter how to shave her legs, and he's like in like on the edge of the bathtub with her, like teaching her like use the shaving cream because she's like scared to use the razor, and he's teaching her. That was a sweet, wholesome commercial. Barber liner, I use it in cleaning up markers, edging. Wow, that is intense. Are you talking about the like, shing, like one of those? Because that's intense and cool, but I probably shouldn't have one for reasons. Yeah, like the single use razor blades. Yeah, so you always get like the sharpest. Like Sweeney Todd, but less murdery. Sure, Queen. No, I would definitely like. I'd be like, I'm a Ninja Turtle, ching 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 ching, and then I just like, I would look like that scene from Resident Evil that I talked about the other day, where like their lasers come out, and like you don't realize that the lasers have done anything until like the cubes start melting. Like that would be me. Because someone would think that they were a Ninja Turtle and start doing that. But that's pretty cool. I wanted to like, I've been like, what if I did like lines and stuff like that? But then I'm like, I don't maintain my hair well enough. And also, like, ugh, I just don't think that's for me. I don't think I'm cool enough for it. I think I would look like a total poser. But I wish I could do the back of my neck better because I get mad ears in the back of my neck. Also, it really sucks because cutting the back of my own hair one of the sides of the back of my hair is more square than the other, so getting them to match is. Ruth. Ruth. Oh my gosh, it's just a room of hot people now. Why are these scared? Why does he like cats? The laser scene from Resident Evil? Yes. That's an iconic scene. When the eyeball comes, oh my gosh. I never saw The Cell because I remember when it came out, my parents were like, this is too fucking scary for you. You can't watch it. And so to this day, I haven't watched it. Also, I'm a big baby. I can't watch really scary movies, if I'm being honest. And so I'm like, I've always considered, like, I've never seen The Cell. So I'll have to, like, read up on it to see if I think it's too scary now. Because there are some movies that I saw at certain points where I was like, oh, actually now it's, like, not that, I can take it. Like, 13 Ghosts is, like, a relatively scary movie, but I can watch it, especially if I'm watching, if I'm just looking at Matthew Lillard and just, like, drooling and, like, oh my gosh, I was so fucking thirsty for Matthew Lillard when I was watching Scream like 2 nights ago. Ooh, okay. Let me read the synopsis for The Cell, because I remember that movie. It's like it's good, but if it's too creepy, I might have to. It's the year 2000. Oh, it's got China the wrestler. Oh, word. Shocking, riveting mind trip into the dark and dangerous corridors of a serial killer's psyche, a psyche that holds the key to saving the killer's final trapped victim who remains alive, making this journey into the recesses of the killer's nightmarish fantasy. Catherine Dean, a psychologist who has been experimenting with a radical new therapy, is transcendental science. Through a new transcendental science, Catherine can experience what's happening in another person's unconscious mind. I remember like she was so fierce in this. Like her looks are just so fierce. This is a little known fact. Crystal, I think you'll appreciate it. So, Mel and I got married on New Year's Eve. And if you recall, because I was just reminded because this movie was in 2000, like as the end of the year was approaching in 1999, like with Y2K, everyone was freaking out. Waiting for Tonight came out, and J-Lo did Waiting for Tonight, and like it was like, you know, the song of the moment, right? Because it's like, is everything gonna shut down? Is Y2K gonna happen? And J-Lo turned it on its head and was like, I'm gonna make a fucking banger. Well, we played that at our wedding because it was on New Year's Eve, and no one got the connection. So we were like, you know, clearly like, yeah, of course we know it because we know our gay history and also our JLo history and also the history of history because that happened in history. Do you remember that? Basically, is what I'm asking. I might have to watch that. That looks like, I don't know. It looks like I could watch it because it doesn't look too Waiting for Tonight. Yes. Waiting to be here in my movies. Waiting for tonight. Yeah. I love JLo. I've heard she's like a real diva, but like she makes fun music. It's fun to dance to, so I don't care. I mean, like, it doesn't really impact me. Yeah. I like also just another way to prove my love for J Lo. First of all, I love rom coms. I have like probably 10 rom coms that I watch all the time. They're like I will watch them just over and over and over and over and over again. And like two or three of them are J Lo movies. Made in Manhattan, obviously, and The Wedding Planner, obviously. Let's see, is there another J Lo movie in there? Let's see. I think those are the two that are definitely like always up there. Wedding Planner, like more so than Made in Manhattan usually, but like yeah, I mean I take that too, but like it's like I know people who've actually met Jennifer Lopez and they're like she's a real, she's real like that, and it's like if everybody's saying it about you, maybe there's some truth to that. It doesn't affect me and how I listen to her music and how I enjoy her music, so it doesn't make a difference. And he's like fully formed. He's about to kiss Evie, and then his face is gonna start like eating away. I'm gonna look at her IMDb. Look what I got, kitten. That's why I surround myself with cats, because I don't really know what's going on with I know she's like filing for divorce and stuff. Um, oh, I did not watch Marry Me or whatever because that looked so horrendous, and I was like, "Fuck this!" I was like, "I'm not entertaining that." I did not watch that one. Marry Me, is that what it's called? I did watch Hustlers. I, yeah, okay. Oh, she's got 3 upcoming. The Godmother, uh, Bob the Builder, Kiss of the Spider Woman. Okay, let's see. Atlas, Good Trouble, This Is Me Now, The Mother, Shotgun Wedding, Marry Me. Yeah, I didn't. Marry Me didn't look good. Thanks a Million, World of Dance. When she was on the show World of Dance, I was like, yes, that was such a fun show. I want to get that brought back like yesterday. That's the best dance show, in my opinion. Yeah, Hustler is the second act. What's the second act? I haven't seen that. That's not great reviews, but most of the movies not. It's got Lisa Remini in it. 2018. Okay, let's see. Shades of Blue, The Fosters, Neighborhood Sessions, Jennifer Lopez, The Boy Next Door, Jennifer Lopez, Dance Again, Los Jets, South Beach Toe, okay, A Step Away. I don't know how to say some of these things, I'm really sorry. Oh wait, what was that? Oh, these are just her producer credits. Damn, girl. Work. I just feel like I just keep saying work, like a walking cliche. Okay, so Unstoppable, The Godmother, Kiss of the Spider Woman. She'll be an actress in. Um, Yeah, I know she's going through divorce right now, and I kind of, that's sad to hear. I don't really know the situation. I don't feel like I need to. That's not my business. Marry Me, I could not, could not bring myself to watch it because like Owen Wilson as a love interest was just not what I wanted. Hustlers was, yeah, it was what it was. All of her music videos are listing her as an actress, which is interesting. Second act might be fun. Yeah, just literally so many music videos. She did voice acting in Ice Age? Really? The Backup Plan? Did I ever see that? I don't think I did. That looks cute. Looks like there are more J-Lo um, rom-coms that I need to check out. Monster-in-Law, I did see that. I didn't keep I don't go back to that one a lot because I feel like that kind of like not liking your mother-in-law. Like I've seen that movie like in a million different iterations. I'm over it. Yeah, Made in Manhattan I love. I've never seen Enough, and I've always wanted to see Enough, but I've never seen it. But The Wedding Planner is a classic. Even Matthew McConaughey as a love interest is a is a weird one. But all right. Okay, now we're back to watching actors. I'm talking about JLo rom coms for a little while, but I love JLo. I love rom coms, but I have my handful that I will watch over and over again. And Wedding Planner and Made in Manhattan are always on there. Ralph Fiennes in The Wedding Planner, like Made in Manhattan. Interesting love interest because he never really plays that kind of character. But, hmm. And this is me talking about Jennifer Lopez for 30 minutes. You're welcome. Emotep, you're looking hot. Can't. Enough is good. At first, I thought you said enough is enough, and I was like, "What the fuck? Like, what did I do?" And then I'm like, I was like, "Oh, I can read." See, I told you, reading is hard. Because you took a bath, yes. But yeah, I will have to check out the cell. Live today, fight tomorrow. I'll be seeing you again. I can quote almost this entire movie. Actually, almost changed enough is good to enough is enough. See, I'm living in the world of autocorrect. Imhotep, Imhotep, Imhotep. Like, I'm so bad at typing that even autocorrect is like, bitch, I don't know what you're trying to say. Like, I've given up. Enough is enough. But yeah, I can't believe I haven't seen um, enough or the cell. I haven't thought about the cell in a really long time. So yeah, I just remember my parents being like, "This is too scary for you," and I'd be like, "Okay, don't push that because I'm a big old bitch." I guess I was a little old bitch, but still a bitch nonetheless. Oh, hey, Lydia. Sorry, you snuck right in there. I didn't see you. I love when they're flying on the plane over the desert and like uh, Jonathan's on one wing and why do I always forget his name? The other guy is like like the Jonathan's like freaking out and like the other guy is just like having fun, like being on the edge of the wing, just like, yeah, this is awesome. Love that. Love that for you. I'm a, like a, I'm a like I'm a little nervous that 3 skins might not be enough, and I might have to do another Joanne run, which is quite annoying. I am watching The Mummy, so we're kicking off creature features with The Mummy. And for the first hour, I spent styling a wig and oh my gosh, Imhotep just in his like little loincloth. I'm like, get a room, specifically this one. And then obviously Rachel Lee's being gorgeous in her like little like nightie that she's been wearing this whole time. And then Rick O'Connell, uh, Brendan Fraser being hot. Just like, just party of hotties. And I'm working on the hexagon cardigan. I'm working on the other half of it. So hopefully we can get this done relatively soon. So that I can, I accidentally sent, I meant to, so I changed a lot of my Etsy settings for my Etsy because I wanted to let people pay for shipping and not do the free shipping thing anymore because it was kind of coming like no one else is. I feel like people aren't doing that as much. Like where they cover shipping and they include it in the price, then makes your price look higher so people don't look at your stuff first. So I turned it around and didn't do the free shipping anymore. But this setting of the free shipping, I set it to 1 week and I put it on this one by accident when I usually like to do like 2 weeks, 1 to 2 weeks for this pattern, just so that if I have like a bunch of orders, I have enough time to do it because you all know I'm not a super fast crocheter. So 1 week is like a little bit tight, especially when I've got other stuff going on. Like I want to do drag and I want to like, I've got some other orders and stuff that need to be made. So arches are big. That's who it is. Yeah, that's the thing. Oh my gosh, she's so hot. Oh, everyone's so hot. Stop. Actually, don't stop. Keep being hot. Keep doing you. You're perfect. Okay. I'm enrolled in autopay for my energy bill. Just wanted to make sure because I think this is the first round on the energy bill. Sounds like you're saying very naughty things, Mr. Imhotep. I wonder how they kept, like, I mean, the most unbelievable thing about Rachel Weisz's hair, she's got that, like, tell me where do all the stitch markers go? Have you ever seen Halloween Town 2? Because they definitely don't come to me. But have you ever seen Halloween Town 2? Because if you have, I can describe exactly where they go. If you haven't, it's going to be a much longer explanation, but I'll maybe get there eventually. Everything's go. Okay, Crystal you have, Lydia you have it. Okay, Crystal. They go to that guy's house where all of the, like, misplaced objects go. Lydia, there's a guy who has a house that he's basically like a just big old gross guy, I guess. This is the premise. He's not very nice. But his house is like a hoarding house, basically, and he lives in Halloween Town. And his house is where all of, like, the sock that you like, this the other sock that you can never find, like that kind of thing, the thing you place down and then you look again and it's gone. All of that stuff in the universe ends up in his house. That's where your stitch markers go. That's why I got a pack of like 100, because that's the only way to do it. Oh my gosh, Rachel Weisz, like, tied up in chains? Say less. Jeez. Anyways, sorry. Had a moment. But yeah, what I was saying earlier is that, like, Rachel Weisz has this, like, really, really curly hair. It's like it's probably about the same curl pattern that Crystal has, and the whole time there's like no frizz. I'm not saying you have frizzy hair, Crystal. Mind you, mind you, I have frizzy hair. I know it, but like I have close to your curl pattern probably, but my curls are less defined and just really frizzy, probably from dyeing and whatnot. But it's always been frizzy. But like Rachel Weisz says, no frizz. Her curls are perfect, intact all the time. She's been like through a sandstorm, through a sand tornado, and like literally her hair is just like perfect and just fine. Like nothing can disturb her curls. And I'm like, bitch, no, that's not how. You do not. I mean, I don't think you have frizzy hair. Maybe it's always the comparison game, but I would not consider you to have frizzy hair. But curls just like always have like a little bit of frizz, but whenever I see you, your curls always are like popping and like look like extra fresh. So yeah, her hair looks amazing, and I'm like, give me some realistic curls here, because you're lying to all of the curly haired people out there. Their curls are gonna look like that. Yeah, my hair would literally just be like, I get like the Albert Einstein like just straight up and down frizz, and the more I touch it, the worse it is. Oh, I got these. Pause that real quick. I got these for my wig because they're really good for knots, but they're also really good for curly hair. So let me show you. So there was like a brand that invented them, and then like of course everyone ripped them off. So you can get them at like a beauty supply store, not like a Sally's, but like like a local beauty supply store that sells like wigs and like bags of hair and stuff like that. And so they look like, so you can, these ones come, you can, with an optional spacer that kind of keeps the bristles at, it's like super flexible. It like looks like that. Like, look, it doesn't like disturb my curls like at all. Yeah, well, she's got to use mousse obviously they use like to like keep that, but then to like I mean like through all of that like like wind has, yeah, and then or you can use it without, and like if you get caught on any snags like you don't yank them, so like it's just like this is amazing. This is amazing. It's it's the best fucking thing for curly hair in the whole wide world. And so I got a pack of 3 for $7.99 on Amazon. They are amazing for curly hair. I have wanted one, and I knew someone who had let me see if I remember my curl patterns right. Like 3C, which is like that's like coily, right? Or force for it wasn't like maybe like ugh, God, I have to look at curl patterns again. I thought three is like more coil, and then 4 is Z, right? Yeah. Oh, let me just send that to you now because I will forget. But um, she had tighter curls, but they weren't like so tight that they were like the tiny little coils, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? And she could use this like with wet hair and like not frizz up at all, like didn't like break her hair, like it amazing. I'm obsessed with it. And it works really well on my wigs too, because like wigs you have to be really careful about how you detangle them as well. So mhm. Okay, I just sent it to you. But I personally, for the wig, I really liked it without the little bar, but it's cool. 3B curl pattern. Yeah, I have like somewhere between like a 2C and a 3A, I think. But I also like my texture, like if you look at if you look at one piece of hair by itself, it also is Z-shaped, and I don't know what that means because my curls are not Z-shaped, but the texture of my hair is Z-shaped. De nada. See, I know like 3 things in Spanish. Okay, yeah, let's see. Okay, yeah, 3B. That you said 3B. Yeah, that looks like yours. I have 2C or 3A. I would say that she had probably like a 4A. Um, and she could brush her hair and it would not frizz up. And I was like, that's miraculous. Because I had seen it and then it kind of disappeared for a while and no one talked about it. So these are really cool. And they're like, if you have 3 of them, then, you know, you lose 2. And you still have one, which is cool. So I didn't realize it was going to come with that little bar thing, but it does say much more flexible, obviously, if you don't have that little bit. Do your kids have curly hair? Your brother bought one of those brushes. Oh, cool. If I get 3, I'm giving one to my sister. Yes, the perfect little stocking stuffer, or just, you know, anytime gift. Because having curly hair it's a little bit of a job that you have to have in addition to just living your life. I didn't wear my hair curly for a long time because I didn't realize my hair was curly. I just like, because I have so much of it, when it gets long, it just, the weight of it weighs it down. Hey, Zach. Sorry I missed your live. I was doing my little live here where we watch movies every night for 100 nights. I know I'll lose one. Exactly. Yeah. And then, yeah, get them for each kid, and then, like, you know, take one from the kids, you know, when they're not looking. They're awesome. I mean, they're working on my wigs so well. And then if you have like a little knot or something that you can't like quite get out, what's really nice is, like, you know how like sometimes you'll get like a little tangle, but you won't want to like go and like use your hands to get that tangle out, but you don't want to like wrench on your hair. Well, you can do it where you just use like one of these little like parts, and like you can like kind of like work that tangle out, and so it kind of works like a rat tail comb as well. These things are cool. I love it. Y'all know if I get really excited about something, I just like if I get really excited about something, I just talk about it forever. But yeah, I didn't realize my hair was curly. I just thought it was really frizzy, and then it wasn't until, I don't remember how exactly I found out that my hair was curly. Um, Probably when I started cutting it shorter, but even then it was still like, I didn't quite know, but it just was constantly, constantly, constantly. Just running Crystal. It's like, what the fuck? I like pancakes. All right, let me start the Mimi. Now we're fighting some undead. Need a new spray bottle for water. Yeah, those are important. Important. Now, with your water, do you mix like a little bit of conditioner like with it, or do you just do water? Because I've always just done water. Because every time I've tried like a little bit of conditioner or something like that, I just feel like it just doesn't work. I just don't like it as much, and it clogs up my spray bottle or something like that. Why not? Oh, don't worry about that. No, I'm going on every night, and you're allowed to go on some nights. Zach, please don't feel bad. We can't possibly like not overlap. It's just how the YouTube streets are. I want you to be able to go live when you want to go live. I don't want to monopolize this time at all. Water the conditioner. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I really like the mister, but they're always more expensive. Even if you get it at the beauty supply shop, they're always more expensive than like a more traditional spray bottle. But the mister is real nice. I do like that because then you don't get like it sopping wet. And then I have like a microfiber towel. I have like the Diva Curl like microfiber towel. But if you don't have one of those, like t-shirts work well too. Like better than like traditional towels, I guess. But you weren't feeling it? Yeah. That's how it is sometimes. Sometimes you just don't want to go on. Like, just how it is. I understand that. There were a couple days in a row where I just was like having some pretty bad like depression. I just like could not go on. I think it was like 4 days in a row that I just missed, but I think I've managed to make almost all of them. But I'm on day, what is it, day 60, what is it, day 63 now? 62? I don't know. I can't see. It won't let me. But yeah, we've been going for quite a few days where we've watched a lot of movies, a little bit of everything, but we still have quite a few to watch. So trying to keep it going and see if I can make it all the way to Halloween because I'm pretty bad about starting things and not ever finishing it. So day 63. Okay, thank you all. Actually, that was just, thank you, Russell. Yeah, they absolutely should come first, Zach. You're totally right. Like your mental health, your physical health, everything, like those should always come first. And just like if it's like even if it's just like you just don't feel like it, like that's enough. Like that's enough of a reason. And if you feel like going live and someone else is on, like that should come first too. Like just do what you want. Like all like none of this is like a slight against other people being on at the same time. Like it doesn't have to be that serious. Just like do what makes you happy. Like YouTube should like we're all just doing this to like make ourselves like happy and make friends and shit. So like we don't have to, it doesn't have to be like a big deal. It doesn't. It really doesn't. Now I know that there are some people who are monetized who have to meet certain things and stuff like that. I understand, but like still you got to take care of yourself first because if you're kind of pouring from an empty cup, like you're not going to make those monetization goals regardless. So take care of yourself because that's important. A bird, a stork. And like it's like I am definitely the last person in the whole wide world that I'm gonna take it as a slight that you're going on at the same time as me. Because like honestly, like there's so many people that I love on YouTube that do live streams and like I there's literally not a time in the whole wide world where I could go on and not be on the same time as one of them. And it doesn't mean that I like want to like mess up like their viewership, which honestly like, that's never gonna happen. But okay, but it's just you can't. It just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's because you don't have a potty mouth, and I am all potty mouth. Like I always am like really interested when I look at like the hours that it says that count towards my monetization because like so many of them like I have more hours than it says I do, but because a lot of them I like cuss like a sailor and stuff like that, they don't count towards monetization. So I doesn't like I'll never be monetized. It's just not a thing in my that's even possible for me. So it's just like whatever. But it for monetization, some people like that is how they yeah, you can't live to please everyone. It's exhausting. Living to please yourself is, hard enough, right? So just do what you can with what you got. Oh my gosh, Imhotep is showing mad nipple right now. Now Imhotep's just in his little loincloth. You can't live to please people, but the mummy can. He's just dancing around and just barely anything. Like literally the wind blows on her, just like and like her like curls are just like so intact. You know that that's just like so much wig, and the curls are just so solid. That's just so much mousse or whatever's in there. Like curls don't work like that unless you just got like just it's just there's not a lick of frizz, not a lick of frizz. Someone was like So, Zach, I am working on a hexagon cardigan. Someone ordered from me uh, on Etsy. I am having a sale right now. Might drop it. Where I'm selling finished objects. I'm also selling yarn, hand-dyed cotton yarn, and my patterns. Everything in my store is 25% off right now. So just a heads up. But someone ordered my two-toned, my dual pride, I call it my dual pride cardigan. So this half is the Big Twist Living um, uh, trans pride yarn. So this is trans pride side. And then the other half is going to be the intersex pride uh, side. So I'm doing the other half now, about halfway done with that. Did I just hear a train? What the fuck is there a train here? Zach, have you ever tried making a granny square or doing anything with the granny stitch? Um, Crystal was saying that that's how she learned. I learned kind of similar to how you're doing it, where you chain and then you do like a single crochet or something like that. But some people really like that they learn doing a granny square, and that might, I'm not sure where you are in your. It's been a little while since I've seen your crochet work, so I'd be interested to know if you've tried making granny square and if you like it. I swear that is a train. Can y'all hear that? That's a train. Is there a train track near me? Gotta Google that. Maybe these medications I'm on are stronger than I thought. Rachel Reeves, you're so pretty. So pretty. Oh my god, he's so gorgeous. Oh, so gorgeous. Oh, everyone's so pretty. Definitely not straight. I'm definitely not straight. Oh, they're gonna have a romantic kiss. And he tries to kiss the camel. He's like, nah. How about you, darling? Cool. Well, thanks for listening in, Lydia. We are just wrapping up the mummy. I might switch back to working on my wig just while we're all hanging out, if that's cool with you all. Oh, shit, I really need to get this done. Maybe not. Yeah, maybe I won't do that. But I will unplug and sanding a dowel rod. Ooh. Is that what we're calling it these days? Sorry. This is why I'm not monetized, y'all. I use a pencil sharpener to sharpen it. That's really smart. It's my bedroom and bathroom. Nice. I was cutting I was saying earlier that I was cutting down my hip pads because they were really, really large, but also they were kind of like misshapen and not very smooth, especially like where they met my skin. So I really wanted to like get them looking better. And so I'm using like high density foam, like a couch cushion foam. And when you cut into it, it is like, so it's a green foam. I'm sure if you've been to Michael's, you've been to um, the polyfill section. You've probably seen those like seat cushions that they already have pre-made, the big like 2x2 squares or whatever. And so that's what I cut into. And so you're cutting into it with like a pair of scissors. So each time you cut into it, um, Yeah, I mean, yeah, my craft room is like everywhere I touch. um, but but the foam, it sticks to everything. So you get these little pieces of foam. Some of them are bigger, but like little pieces of foam, and they stick to everything. They stick to your yarn, just like your soul. It's like, please, good God, give me a break, because it's not fun cleaning it up. Nothing wrong with the craft/bedroom. Nope, not at all. Use all that yarn to keep you warm in the winter. I was like, don't use it in the summer. It will make you very hot. That's what I was giggling at, my own little head voice. Now, for my Etsy sale, I did mean to have more colorways available by this time. Unfortunately, I just haven't had a lick of time to do it. So after I get like the drag and everything, like all of that, and the orders done, after that, I plan on doing some new colorways in the yarn that I'm dyeing, because while the rainbow is really fun, I also like have my eye on the prize to do as many pride flag and pride inspired colorways as possible, because that's what's really important to me, is like having representation in like variegated colorways. And then once I get like I'm gonna call it the regular. For me, it's gonna be the smallest size variation, because I am doing what I'm doing is all of the yarn that I'm dyeing. The size of the hank that I'm when I it's in the dye uh, pan, right, is limited to how big my Swift is. Once I get all of the colors that I want to do into that, like I'll separate the colors and do them like that. Once I get all of those colors done, I'll I've seen a way to make longer stripes, and do self striping yarn, which is really exciting. So I'll start doing maybe some longer stripes and like variations on like some longer stripe, not super long stripes, because like I just will never have the space for that. But long enough where like, it could be like maybe like this much of like a color, and maybe a little bit more, but like right now, especially uh, with some of the pride flags, like the rainbow pride has 6 colors, the lesbian pride I think has 5 or 6, and those are going to be the ones with the greatest you know the shortest distances of uh, color switching, right? But I saw someone build they had like a big big piece of wood, and they put like nails all throughout the outside edge, and then they made their own kind of like they just kind of put the yarn kind of through it in different ways, and then that's how they eventually dyed their yarn, not on the board, but like um, so I could start making like longer stripes, which for me would be really cool, because it's nice having like the colors there, but I think having the like slightly longer stripes would be nice to get like, you know, like more than like half a stitch or a full stitch of one color before it changed. You know what I mean? So fingers crossed. We have to see how things like sell and what people want, because again, it's still cotton, and not as many people are as interested in hand dyed cotton, I guess. But maybe they will be once there's other pride options. Rainbow is going to be the most accessible for people. There are some rainbow options, even though I didn't love the ones I was seeing, which is why I made my own. But I think the one I'm going to do next is going to be the trans pride one, which there's probably something close to it, but then we'll get to stuff like non-binary, and those that would be really cool to show. When you said Lindsay, I was like, who's Lindsay? And then I think you meant Lydia, unless my brain is just melting and there's a Lindsay here. Is there a Lindsay here? Yeah, okay. I was like, my brain, no. Never know what's going on up in this piece. So I asked a question. It might be hard to see because the title is really long for all of these 100 Nights of Halloween. The titles are just incredibly long. But I asked the question, it was, what's your favorite Halloween movie? So I would like to ask you all, what's your favorite Halloween movie if you have? Not everyone's a big Halloween person or a big scary movie person. I don't think you have to be a scary movie person to have a favorite Halloween movie, personally. But there's a lot of Halloween movies out there. So is there a movie that when you think of it, you automatically think of Halloween? I just thought of one. See this, and this helps me make my list too. Why is this pen being a big old dick? Also, I wanted to do more I wanted to do more leatherworking this month. Ooh, Nightmare Before Christmas is a good one. I always am like, is that a Halloween movie? Is it a Christmas movie? Is it both? I don't know. There's a... yeah, there it is. And I am trying to bundle some of these movies up into different sections. You have so many Halloween movies. Well, list as many as you would like. I would love to see them. I did not take you as a Halloween movie connoisseur, Lydia, so please tell me your favorites. Y'all, I'm officially hooked on lip oil. I really like it. It's not like lip gloss. It's not super tacky and gross. And it keeps my lips feeling not crusty all day long. And it's just perfect for if you want to just be a dude but not have dry crusty lips, because all chapstick doesn't work on me, basically, I guess. So in case you were wondering what I was doing, I'm hooked on lip oil. It's good stuff. Because I get the most chapped lips of all time. But I'm also always dehydrated. I'm really nervous about having enough yarn for this side. So when I did this side, I had a partial ball, which kind of got me out to like here. So I had a partial ball of the trans pride color. So like I'm a little nervous, especially because the intersex side is gonna have a patch on it that I'll have to hand sew on because the intersex pride flag is different from other pride flags in the fact that it does not have it's not stripes. It is a golden yellow solid flag, and then it just has a purple circle in it. So I'm gonna make a patch. Ooh, the final destination, Lydia. That is so good. Why didn't I think of that? Honestly, but it's like is it I think we all like have developed the same fears about like certain things because of that series. Like log trucks on the highway. Like we're all like scared of those. Like no. Oh, those are so good. Thank you, Lydia. I haven't watched all of them. In fact, I think I've only seen maybe like two full ones, and then I've seen just like bits and pieces. Oh, the one where like the guy or the it was a guy, right, who was getting like acupuncture or something. That was that's good. Thank you, Lydia. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I'm gonna see if I can find that. Halloween 2. Nice. I'm not watching sequels, but and I haven't this goes back to what Crystal and I were talking about. It's Friday the 13th is with Jason, right? With the hockey mask. And then Halloween is the one with Michael Myers, right? Oh wait, not Michael Myers. Wait. Okay, so Jason Voorhees is the one who wears the mask, and that is Halloween. Friday the 13th is with Michael Myers. I think I saw whatever the one where where they're in the camp, and it turns out to be the mom, but then the but Jason ends up like coming up at the end. Um, like I've seen that one, but okay, it's so confusing. Um, but I saw the first one, but I'm not watching any sequels of things because a lot of these have so many sequels that it just like it would be just so much. It would be way more than 100. Now, Freddy is Nightmare on Elm Street, and I don't think I can watch any of those movies because I don't like the idea that like I can't sleep. Like that would freak me the fuck out. And I already have a hard time sleeping, so I'm not putting those on, even though I would like to see some of the I would like to see some of the Freddy versus Jason. Um, Now, I do want to see Alien versus Predator. So Alien needs to go on the list. See, yep, there we go. We're both twins. Go Twitches. Go Twitches. Cause yeah, and can then but Predator I wouldn't necessarily put as a Halloween movie, but then you go Alien versus Predator, it is a Halloween movie, so then Predator has to be, right? So because I don't think Alien versus Predator would count as a sequel rather than its own entire franchise, right? Oh yeah, and the Halloween ends. I do love Jamie Lee Curtis. She is fierce. Fierce. Fierce is the day of the word. You all are helping me so much. And a lot of these movies I can't find for free, and maybe some of them will come for free, like closer to Halloween, or they'll make you pay closer to Halloween. It's like, it really depends. But I've never seen Alien. And I really want to see it. And I want to like catch up on all of the Alien movies, because then it would be cool to see Romulus. Um, but yeah. Lydia, I didn't know that you were into Halloween movies so much. How have I known you this long and not known that you were really into Halloween movies? That's so cool. Okay, once I get to the end of this corner, I'm gonna ask y'all's opinion on something. But I don't want to be in the middle of a corner and get distracted, because that's where mistakes happen, you know? I don't even know what type of stitch that was. That was a double crochet that just decided to go in the middle of it. Love Halloween movies. Okay, let's see. So, this is how far I am. Nope. I hate when you fold you fold one of these the wrong way. Okay, so this is where this is thus far. I'm gonna lay it over the trans pride one, just so you can kind of get a good visual on progress. So we still have like a lot of sleeve and a lot of the bottom and then the back. But we're close to the sleeve length on this one. So I have one full skein of the golden yellow left. And then what I have left of this one is like this much. Do you think I should go ahead and you got a lot done? It was a baby. I know, it was a little baby. Now this is like, this could fit a normal size adult. I made mine huge when I made my original one, and luckily that's worked for other people. So I have one full skein of the mustard, and I don't have another one. Should I go ahead and order another one of these now, so I can pick it up tomorrow? Because I think that chapter 2, I couldn't find, so if I watch it, I think I want to watch the original one, but I can't find it anywhere. But it might come out on some streaming services closer to Halloween. So I'll put it on my list. Thank you. You are a wealth of knowledge, Lydia. Thank you so much. Yeah, it was a baby yesterday. So let me see. I think that, like, does Joanne still have its like really good like pickup discount? They've got their doorbusters up to 40% off yarn. I like how they have their Halloween yarn right there, even though like none of their Halloween yarn, Halloween yarn's all out of stock now. Okay, 25% off entire stock of Big Twist yarn. Wait, this is Blind Brand. Okay, so 20% off purchase in store. That's still good. And then let's see, basic stitch. What'd you call me? Okay, so that's a doorbuster. Basic Stitch is a doorbuster, and then I can get it 20% off. Do you think I should go ahead and do a pickup for another mustard color just in case? Because I don't want to run out and then like be kind of scrambling. Like if I can just like kind of go out and do it when I can, that would be nice. But also a yarn that has been very intriguing to me. Okay, just in case. Okay. Okay, thank you, Lydia. Thank you, Crystal. How much do you have left to do? So it looks like I'm mostly done with like it looks almost fully up to size on the arm, like width. Almost there. Almost there. Nope, that's the wrong side. Okay. Line it up again. Mm, 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 mm. I'll have to count my rows to see how close we actually are. Um, so like here at the bottom, it looks like there's like one more row. But then on this, I have more on the sleeve, and then I have more on the bottom and on the side, uh, the back. So yeah, I'll have to do that, but I'll have to count my rows because I don't think these yarn. I don't think these have the same thicknesses. Okay, let me see. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 2 more rows around the whole thing. You might need more. Bring the old yarn with in case the dye lot can be different. Yes, that's a good point because I did get screwed over. I did find I fucked around and found out with the dye lot of the Halloween yarn. Granted, I bought this yarn from the same Joanne store like on the 26th, so 4 days ago. So it's probably not the same lot. I mean, probably is the same lot. I doubt they restocked, but it's good. Yeah, yeah, but that's a good idea. I should bring it. I should bring it for sure. And uh, that is smart. You are so smart. This is pretty much a lot of work for me to have done in like 4 days. I'm pretty impressed with myself, if I do say so myself. But yeah, I have the purple for the circle, and then especially because like so the circle, so that's gonna be done. I'm gonna just show you on this side, just to show you kind of like what dimensions I'm thinking. Let me make sure I'm not going on the back of this because the back panel is. So I'm thinking that the circle for this, they want um, the circle patch on the chest, and so I'm thinking maybe like a 5 centimeter, not centimeter, 5 inch like circle. So I think I'm gonna just do a flat circle and have it be the golden, the mustard color, and then at the last round, I'm just gonna do purple. So I think 5 inches or so is what I'm gonna go for. So I think with that extra and then all of the extra sleeve and the length, I'm gonna want that. I'm gonna probably want that extra one. Uh, so a yarn that I really wanted to talk about. Um, I usually don't mention a lot of yarns that I see in store that I don't buy because like there's so many yarns that I want that I don't buy. But if you have the chance and if you're interested in this type of yarn, um, the KNC Botanical is really, really beautiful. It's a tube yarn, and it's, so it's got that polyfill, like polyester, like stuffing in it, but it is just really, really gorgeous. It comes in some really nice colors. Uh, let me read it to you. So it's 137 yards, soft textured worsted weight yarn available in a vibrant shade range, versatile, easy to care for, budget friendly, ideal for hand knitting, crochet project, like apparel, sweaters, blah 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 blah. It's just get to like what it's made of. So it's 70% bamboo viscose and 30% cotton. Like it's so cool. Like it's such a cool yarn. And I saw it in person and I was like, this yarn is super cool. It's really nice. So unfortunately they don't have all the colors in store for me. Otherwise I would be making I was thinking about making like a uh, so I made this plaid beanie for a commission. And I was gonna make one that was like black, gray, and white, but they don't have the black in stock, and I just hate dealing with Joanne shipping. But they don't really have many colors to do that with, um, especially if you don't have the black. You kind of SOL. I guess you could do like red, pink, and white, but there it feels amazing. It feels so soft. Um, so if you wanted to try that yarn, I would recommend it. And 137 yards is nothing to scoff at. I think. So I was gonna do something like that. But otherwise, I'm like, I'm not going to use a yarn like that. I was like, I'll use a yarn because that yarn, I know for a fact, is like not going to be part of their like lineup in like 2 years. I don't even think it's going to make it 6 months because like people are just like that's the type of yarn that like a couple people might try and then like they'll know that it's going to get discontinued and they'll stop using it. Um, so, uh, and that's just kind of like the thing about KNC, unfortunately. But it is really nice yarn, and I really liked the fiber content. I thought it was great, and it's so freaking soft. It's like a t-shirt yarn tube. It's worsted weight. It's very nice. Oh, thank you, Crystal. All I read was, yeah, you did. And I was just like, okay. Yeah, it's KNC and Lion Brand. They're just like, we're just going to keep throwing stuff at the wall. And it's like, well, we kind of can't get a chance to like love all these yarns. And then they have yarns that like people aren't really staying with that I wish they would just like, maybe stop making, you know? But whatever. Like, they could, I guess that's Caron, but Caron could stop making. Um, they're yeah, they make some of the nicest yarn. I always love watching TL Yarn Crafts do reviews of KNC yarn because I know I'm never gonna try it. Although my small yarn haul the other day, that is KNC yarn, and I'm very glad I got it. The Comfy Cotton Blend. Oh yeah. I really want to try some scrubby yarn to see what goes through my knitting machine. So I don't have to make scrubbies with my hands, but I don't ever need it that much, and it's never on that good of a sale. Or it hasn't been since I've wanted to make it, so. Cool. Yeah, I just got an alarm that I need to take my meds. And there's also some things that there's some like fabrics and things that I want to look at to do with drag and stuff, but it's just depends on the scrubby yarn. Okay, so what kind of scrubby yarn do you find works best in your machine? I am definitely interested in hearing that. Because I had run through my Addy Express. I did stitch, soak, and scrub. It was pretty. It wasn't as bad as you could imagine it would be, but it was pretty bad. Because you have so many thin pieces of plastic, it would split and then it would get hung up and you drop a stitch and then it would just be. So I had to almost every single tiny scrubby I had, which might have been 20 or 40 rows. There would always be one drop stitch that I'd have to go at the end and pick them up. But because the colors are the color I had was light, it was the lilac color. I had to go in and manually pick up all those stitches. So that one I do not recommend for knitting machines, just because of the chainette style of the yarn. It really just made me want to just but I couldn't crochet with that yarn because my cat likes to eat it and I wanted to just use it up. So I just was let me just throw this on the machine and see if it works. So it's not the worst. It does work in a pinch, but you do have to be a little bit more vigilant. There's some cute fabric. I think I want to see. I'm just going to shop on Joann for the rest of the night. But yeah, I think I'm going to go offline for a little bit. But yeah, I'll be here tomorrow. I'm going to pick up a Joann order and stuff. but yeah, so I will talk to you all later. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Thank you for watching The Mumming with me. Thank you for watching one of those sexual awakening movies for me. I mean, granted, it was already awake, but it really, 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 really woke up because it was I'm shit, everyone's really attractive. Yeah, so yeah, have fun shopping. I will try to keep the crazy shopping to a minimum. I'm just trying to go through some of the what's the word that I'm looking for? like I need some like I cut apart this. I can't even pick it up now because I started cutting it apart. And I pinned some of it. But like I cut apart this like really large like baggy sweater I had that was really cute, but it was very baggy. And I was gonna make like a little like slinky mini dress out of it. It's like gold and black, and it's knit, and it's got ivy leaves on it, and it's like kind of like split diagonally, and it's gold and black, like that. And then I have the exact same one, but I have it in diamonds, so I have like poison ivy and harlequin. Um, uh, and I love poison ivy. I have that, and I cut the ivy one, and I was gonna use. It had a collar, and the collar was up pretty high, and I was like, the collar's not fitting the style of the dress I want, because it's like be a turtleneck or fucking be like a plunging neckline. Don't be either or, like, or don't like just like be one of the two. Be either or. Don't be somewhere in the middle. So I took the neckline and I repinned it to be a little bit more plunging. But now I'm like, should I just, but like I don't have enough to like go around the back. And I'm a little nervous that the knit in the back is gonna unravel, even if I use this like secret. Anybody can pretend they have a serger if they use this stitch on my sewing machine. So I'm kind of like trying to find something that'll work as like a knit like border type thing. So I don't really know what I'm looking for, if that made sense. But anyway,